involve taking the players, the sportsmen and women outside Uganda, the Olympics, Paralympics, and the others. And indeed, the National Council of Higher Education, Sports, as she has mentioned, does not have the necessary funds to send the 6 players outside for these games. What I will say is that probably the ministry currently does not have that budget. But in the event that Ministry of Finance can support, then it will be possible. But otherwise, we are constrained. The fact that, Mr. Speaker, you'll appreciate that really the ministry has tried as much as possible to ensure we cover all the sports that has been outside Uganda. So I want to agree with my sister that much as it is very important to determine our fate to the next game in Senegal, in the event we may not be able to raise resources for the players to go outside.
Oh no, Minister, then, can you go and link up with finance and you see how?
Probably we will link up with finance and see how much we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you had a procedure matter you had wanted to raise.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, just before I raise my procedural issue, allow me just 30 seconds to make a quick reaction to your communication. As a lawyer myself who went through law school and eventually LDC, I know there is a huge outcry from students, one at the point of entry into LDC. Leaving LDC is another hurdle altogether. And then eventually, resultantly, after leaving LDC, enrollment is even more convoluted. And so students are always crying out to policymakers, to us as leaders, to assist them. I'm glad the Attorney General says he's going to bring a statement in response to these queries. I would like to implore him to capture all these different elements, not just LDC, but also at the point of enrollment. I'm sure, Attorney General, we've gotten so many complaints, and so students are stuck.
It's not a statement. No, I only asked him to bring the letter authorizing LDC to ensure that all these students are recruited.
Maybe let me implore you, Mr. Speaker, for the Attorney General to bring a statement of sorts. It does not have to be so lengthy.
No, that's what the sector committee should be handling when they are handling these issues. No, yeah.
Okay. The reason I'm saying this is because the outcry is regular and so on. So I don't know. Hopefully the sector committee can deal with it urgently, but they need to hear. They need to know what's happening because they feel really stuck after studying for 5 years. Right, Honourable Speaker, you're a lawyer yourself. So after studying for 5 years, they are stuck. They cannot get enrolled to practice, and they don't know what to do. It would be good that they are assisted with this matter. Honourable Speaker, my procedural issue, many times government makes commitments to return to this House and update it on numerous issues. On 30th April of this year, Ministry of Finance brought before us here a supplementary request of 1.1 trillion shillings. Embedded therein was 578 billion shillings for Day Biopharma. It's a factory that is intending to manufacture vaccines and other medicines. Honourable Speaker, some of us opposed this supplementary request for 2 major reasons. Government was saying they would like to rescue this company, which is heavily indebted, by buying shares. We said, okay, so you want to buy shares into this company. What's the worth of the company? And the Minister of Finance conceded on this floor here that they had not valued the company yet. And then we asked, so if you have not valued the company, is there some kind of agreement between government and the company before you give them money? The same minister conceded and said, not yet, but that they are going to work on it afterwards. And so now end we said that's problematic. It's actually irregular because you cannot put the cart before the horse. It's like shooting first and aiming later. First work on the preliminaries, and then we see what gets to happen. Anyhow, even though we opposed, it passed. Honourable Speaker, in line with our cardinal duty, myself and colleagues on this end, of keeping the government in check, on Thursday I went with some colleagues that are part of the shadow cabinet to this company. And what we did discover, the company told us that they are going to start producing vaccines and medicines at the start of next month, which is just next week. We are waiting to see what happens. But two, the company told us that through their proprietor, Mr. Matthias Magola, he said that government had valued this company and also an agreement had been signed. They did not avail to us these agreements. But you see, government had told us that they will come back to us as Parliament to update us. Because this is a company that has so far been given 723 billion. The 578 was in addition to 145 that was given last year. For those that have been following, they were given first 75 billion, then 70 billion, then 578 billion. That's 723 billion. It's a lot of money. Government has not come back to this house on this matter. The same proprietor told us that actually in a few months he's going to return that money to government. And he told us that that is actually a clause they included in the agreement which they have signed with government. I found that strange also, because does that mean government is buying shares for a few months? Because those were his words, and he said it is in the agreement. Either he was telling a lie, or actually it is in that agreement, which is somewhere, I don't know, within government. Honourable Speaker, would want to know how true is this kind of agreement, because those were his words. But two, government should tell this house, if the Biopharma, which was given 723 billion, says they're going to return the money, what kind of arrangement is that? I thought it would be procedurally right for them to return to this house, because they came here begging for that money. We said no, but eventually it passed. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I think that government needs to be smarter and better organized. Can we have a comprehensive policy on government bailouts? Because in a short while, government is going to return here with another supplementary request to bail out another company. Can we have a comprehensive policy? When does government get to bail out private companies, under what arrangement? So that also people out there get to know and they can apply. The modus operandi currently is a company that is stuck and its proprietor knows somebody big in government, they will reach out to them and they will get help. I don't think we should be operating in this surreptitious, disorganized manner, Honourable Speaker. I think that government needs to come up with a comprehensive bailout policy so that everybody knows, because many companies are stuck. Their proprietors are sick, many are heavily indebted and so on and so forth. So they don't know who do they reach out to if they need to be bailed out. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, it is true we have an agreement with Day Pharma for the bailout through buying of shares. It is also true that there is a clause in the agreement that Day Pharma is at liberty to buy back its shares, to buy back the government shares at the value at the time they are buying them back. Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, as you may know, shares are property. Government of Republic of Uganda would like to bail out someone. So if someone is ready to buy back the shares, that is what we thought was the correct thing to do. Yes, there is a clause in the agreement that while government has shares, should Day Pharma wish to buy back those shares will be valued on that date and then bought back. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, which committee handled this issue? Because did we do it through UDC, or did the shares were bought through UDC, or we did direct?
They are bought through finance as a bailout.
Okay.
Yes.
So Attorney General, you promised that you'd get back to this house, okay? So, no, I think the minister, whoever,
Or
I'm
maybe the
meaning
minister,
government.
because I did not.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
meaning government.
But I am happy,
Okay.
Right Honourable Speaker, to get back to Minister of Finance and
Yeah.
get to the relevant committee and report back.
Sure,
because
that's what I wanted to guide.
we will do that.
That's what I wanted to guide, that we go back to the committee, which is Committee of Finance. Okay? Yes, on the bailout policy. On the bailout policy, Attorney General. Because we have very many people who are crying out. I don't
Right
know
Honourable
if
Speaker, I
something
will
is being
also
done.
raise that with the Minister of Finance and make sure we work on that policy.
Okay. Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper, statements by ministers on 1, the commemoration of the International Day for Old Persons due on 1st October 2024.
Minister of State for the Elderly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the colleagues. Honorable Speaker, I want to lay on table the statement to Parliament on commemoration of the International Day for Older Persons on 1st October. I lay. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, 10 minutes strictly, so you
Yes.
summarize it.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, the United Nations has designated the 1st October as the International Day for Older Persons, and Uganda has been celebrating it since 1998. Every 1st October, Uganda joins the rest of the world to commemorate this day. It uses it to review what has been going on. Right Honorable Speaker, on this day, we are looking at the population of the older person. The UN, as of now, has 761 million older persons. By 2047, the population will be 2.1 million older persons. Recently, we carried out the counting throughout the country. And, Right Honorable Speaker, the older persons are now 2.3 million people. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, this is 5% of the total population of 46 million. Right Honorable Speaker, today we want, number one, to inform Ugandans that we are joining the rest of the world to commemorate the International Day for Older Persons. 2, to inform Parliament that the theme for International Day for Older Persons is promotion and protection of the rights of older persons, everyone's responsibility, because aging is not optional. 3, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform Parliament that the venue for the national celebrations is Liberation Square in Masaka City in the Central Region. I also want to inform you that His Excellency the President will be the guest of honor. More importantly, I'm inviting you all members of Parliament to join us in Masaka, and especially those from the Central Region. The highlights, Right Honorable Speaker. We are looking at the various abuse of older persons. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are looking at physical abuse, we are looking at sexual abuse, we are looking at domestic violence, psychological abuse, financial abuse, neglect and isolation. Right Honorable Speaker, it's important that our honorable MPs take interest in this to protect our older persons. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are also using this occasion to look at the achievement over time in the programming of older persons. Number one, the government has been putting some budget to the older persons. As we talk now, we have the special enterprise grant for older persons, where we are funding 9,932 older persons engaged in small enterprises across 181 local governments. The distribution of enterprises across the various sectors reflects programs of promoting diverse economic activities. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, the SAGE program, which is for older persons who are 8 and above. As we talk now, we are assisting 307,123 older persons aged 80 years and above. Each of these people gets 25,000 shillings per month, and we normally pay every 3 months so that it makes more sense to them and they can budget for it. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, we have developed national social protection strategy where the government puts some money for the poor vulnerables across the life cycle. The ministry has produced the State of Social Protection in Uganda. With support from development partners, the ministry has developed a maiden social protection in Uganda, and we look at it as a means for people who are actually vulnerable. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, we have mainstreamed PDM, the Parish Development Model Agenda, and out of it, so far, 1,022,902 beneficiaries. Out of them, PDM for older persons is 3% who have benefited. The ministry has also published all those elders who are benefiting from the Special Enterprise Grant for older persons. And I would appeal to members of Parliament in their various constituents to take interest in this. The ministry has also revised the National Policy for Older Persons 2024, and it is to be launched on 1st October in Masaka. My ministry also participated in the development of the National Development Plan 4 to ensure inclusion of priorities for older persons. Right Honorable Speaker, we have had several achievements, and I want to bring to your attention that there are some shortfalls hindering older persons programming to be a success. These manifest as follows. Less than 3% of older persons are benefiting from the parish development model. Many vulnerable older persons are being left out by PDM circles because they are thought to be lacking capacity to borrow and pay back. And that recovery from elderly persons and frail above 70 limited support options is not morally okay. Here, Right Honorable Speaker, we feel the older persons shouldn't be discriminated just because they are over 70 years. SAGE budget was erroneously cut, Right Honorable Speaker, by 21 billion. This will negatively affect 63,000 senior citizens above 80 who will miss their monthly basic support of 25,000. if the error is not corrected soon. Ministry of Finance has promised to correct the anomaly through 3% supplementary budget. In the same way, there is pressure to lower the eligibility age. In November 2018, during the announcement of the national rollout of the Senior Citizens Grant, Parliament resolved within 3 years the eligibility age would be progressively lowered to 65 years. This, however, has not taken effect despite the demands from population to lower the eligibility age for enrollment to SAGE from 85 to 75. 4. Demand to increase the benefits in amounts. There's growing demand from older persons to increase the value of the grant from 25,000 to at least 35,000 to match the high cost of living and inflation, if the grant is to meet its aspirations to enable older persons live dignified lives. Similarly, Special Enterprise Grant for older persons also suffered an erroneous budget cut and has a funding gap of 7 billion. This grant was initiated to help government older persons vulnerable who are 60 to 79 years through group enterprises. Delayed initiation of older person-related courses for professional service delivery. Colleagues, all government universities are expected to develop courses in geriatrics and social gerontology to handle the emerging challenges associated with increasing life expectancy. My ministry commits to send reminders to Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health to guide universities on how to fast-track these courses so as to address the challenges of limited workforce to deliver specialized geriatric and social gerontology. Limited intergenerational dividends, with the young generations failing to appreciate the guidance and the wisdom of the older persons due to the modernity and influence of the Western culture, remains a challenge. As agreed before, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development in the process of working with the Attorney General to enrich the older persons bill principles to restore values and respect for elders in service delivery points and other aspects. Lack of specialized homes for older persons without alternative care. Though in principle government does not promote institutional care, it has been observed that as we promote compulsory education for children and due to rapid rural-urban migration, older persons' care in rural areas has been compromised. Monitoring reports by Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development show that many homes are being established by private sector to handle older person care due to weakened family support system as a result of busy schedules of work amidst high costs of hiring home care nurses. The ministry will work with Attorney General to ensure that homes for older persons are well regulated as it is being done for children's homes. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, there are more efforts that need to be prioritized to enhance the promotion of older persons' rights. These include encouraging of appropriate latrine technology for older persons, promotion of community social gerontology centers to offer care, treatment support services to older persons near their homes, piloting of medical insurance schemes among older persons to mitigate the high cases of ill health and pain therapy, promoting decent and dignified aging, promotion of herbal medicine and the training of lower-level workers and social workers in geriatrics and social gerontology for improved care on older persons, creating awareness about the dangers of abuse of older persons' rights, encouraging older persons to report cases of rights abuse, and encourage peer support among older persons, promoting care and support for older persons, scaling up appropriate transport systems that are friendly to the mobility of older persons. Venue for the national celebration. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, since the inception of celebrating this day, Uganda has been organizing the day on a regional rotational basis. Last year, the day was celebrated in Chegwegwa district in western Uganda. The venue for this year's celebration is in Masaka City, Central Region, Liberation Square, and it will be physically celebrated.
Honourable Minister, if you could read for us the conclusion, because the rest of the things you had gone through them. Aria.
Right Honourable Speaker, by coincidence I had reached the conclusion.
The elder are alert.
Conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish to acknowledge and appreciate the honourable members of Parliament for their efforts in enacting legislation and budget allocation towards older persons' empowerment. I urge members of Parliament to join us in Masaka Liberation Square for the national commemorations and continuously interact with older persons to better understand their concerns, as we are all destined to the same end. I beg to submit, and I thank all of you.
Thank you, our elder. Thank you very much. Shadow Minister for Gender. Then the host, Member of Parliament.
Thank you.
Yes. You need to know if you're welcome in Masaka or if you're not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing in for Honorable Fortunate Nantongo, Shadow Minister for Gender, Labour, Social Development. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to talk about two issues, that is SEG and SEGOP. Right Honorable Speaker, 43,559 eligible older persons for the SAGE program are currently excluded due to errors on their national IDs. This limits their access to social services that are facilitated by the acquisition of a national ID. That Honourable Speaker, NIRA should consider availing provisional national identification numbers, that is NINs, to beneficiaries to enable them access social services. 2, NIRA officers should be present and staffed in every district, municipal council, down to village level to enable a wider coverage of all eligible older persons. 3, provision should be made by the line ministry to allow other forms of identification that are not exclusionary for our elders to access the funds. About social enterprise grant for elder persons, Honourable Speaker, this program requires older persons to organize in entrepreneurship groups which are mostly limited to agriculture according to the Ministry of Gender guidelines. Therefore, care should be taken to include other productive ventures for older persons. 2, government should roll out the program to all sub-counties. 3, the targeted older persons also report bureaucratic tendencies to access such funds, which discourages them. Therefore, the government should make it accessible. Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Minister for the statement, and I want to state that Masaka City is very hospitable city. Apart from being an agricultural city, we are also a tourist city, and we want to welcome the older persons and the potential, the candidates. All of us are candidates for older age. So we want to welcome all of you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to just state just a few things, especially on the identification challenge for the older people. Most of them in the villages, they don't have capacity to provide fingerprints because of the works that they have been involved in. We want to request the ministry, NILA, that they should come up with a modified, an alternative on how to identify older persons. They don't have the fingerprints. Most of them suffer. They cannot access services because of lack of fingerprints. And Right Honorable Speaker, the UN definition for older persons is 60 years. In Uganda, we are still at 80. An older person cannot access these benefits until you are 80. I want to request that as we celebrate the older persons in Masaka City as a nation, we should agree to lower the age at least to 65, so that our seniors who have paid a price for this country can benefit from what they have labored for. Information, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to give.
Thank you, Honorable Abed Bwanika, for giving me way to give information. In reference to the age of the older persons that Uganda is supporting as a country, I would like to bring an information on this floor that my Committee of Equal Opportunities had a report and had recommended for lowering the age up to 70. It was approved by this Parliament. Yes, we were only waiting for the action taken report by the Minister of Gender to really come and clarify if it has been effected or not, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Juliet Kakande.
Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable, your time is up. You donated part of it. No, Honorable Juliet Kakande, Masaka State.
Thank you very much.
You see, when you donate, we pick from your time. You don't retain yours, and then you so. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also appreciate the report from the Minister. And for us as people of Masaka, I think it is an opportunity for having celebrated that particular day in our city. Right Honorable Speaker, I was very much concerned when the report talked about the special homes for the elderly, for the old persons. Many of the people who know much about Masaka region, we were very much affected by HIV/AIDS in the early 80s. And many of the older persons now, you may find them having lost many of their children and their grandchildren. So there are so many people who do need to be assisted in such a manner. That implies that since AIDS never affected only Masaka, even other areas in the country were affected. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement also talked about the younger persons not appreciating the old persons. The report talked of coming as an influence of the Western culture. But normally when we move out in Western countries, you find younger people at least giving space in terms of service for the older persons, which is not here in our country. I think this particular day would assist us to bring that culture that the younger people could appreciate the roles being played by the older persons. So we welcome you all, not only the older persons in Masaka. Masaka is very accommodative. We expect to be having fun with you, not only on that particular day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Haji Mutumba, followed by Obigaros, followed by Agnes Apea.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And Rauben.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm looking for elders.
I would also... Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister. I would like to thank the Minister for his statement, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on the SEG program. I would like to thank government for having effected that program in the country. But my concern is on the time. It is now 6 months since the elders in my district got money, this grant, the Social Action Program grant. It is now 6 months down the road without the beneficiaries getting their money. And then we are talking about, you know, looking after the welfare of the older persons. Most of the time, the older persons are sickly. They are going to hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, when the government launches a program and it doesn't effect it well, we the political leaders become the financiers of these programs. Every other day you will get these elders in our homes, 20, 10 of them, coming for their monies, as if we are the government. But because they are sickly, you find yourself digging deep down in your pocket to help them go to the hospitals. So I want to appeal to government. One day I asked one of the leaders in the ministry, and we were told that they want this money to accumulate so that they can give a lump sum to these elders. But these elders, most of the time they have problems, they are sick. We have buried some of them even waiting for this money, the 25,000, so that they can go and attend hospitals. So let government at least give out 2 months or 1 month so that these elders can enjoy this money before they can be called by their God. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Bigaro.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the House in thanking the Minister in his statement. Right Honorable Speaker, old age is wisdom. And if you have the benefit of being guided by an old person or by an elderly person, I tell you, your reasoning will be different. Right Honorable Speaker, I want this House to take it seriously that we need to do mindset change, especially among the middle class, among the youth, the young, who tend to beat these people, rob them from the little money they are given. And in the statement of the minister, what he has just put here is moderate. They are asking for an increment of only 10,000. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenges our elderly people go through are enormous. Right Honorable Speaker, with the little money, you will find many grandchildren gathered around them. So giving them the 35,000 is not too much. We'll be, as a house, asking and accruing for more blessing. And I will want to thank Masaka. After you hosting, I know the Honorable Minister will take this to Terego and will be glad to host the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ape Agnes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and for considering us the elders. Special way to thank the government of Uganda and His Excellency the President for recognizing the older persons of this country. I also want specifically to appreciate the achievements that the minister highlighted there. And world over, special grants as such are key drivers of economic growth. And when our older people get disposable income, their spending also increases, and our local markets also get money. And that is what we call local economic growth. So if we think the 25,000, or even if we are asking just for 35, is not a big deal, I would like to explore my colleagues in the Ministry of Finance that even if your pen is so sharp, you cannot go and cut a budget of 25,000 for an old woman in a Molata district. Even if that cutting is really fun, you cannot go and cut that special interest group's budget. And right honorable, this issue of budget cuts, I would really like to request our colleagues that for the special interest groups in this country, including persons with disability, if you do not, I don't want to say curse, but if we want to really run a country that is going to be beneficial for all of us, then we need to be cognizant that these are people who live amongst us. We know their challenges, and I'm glad my minister said all of us are getting there. Remember that tomorrow you'll be them, and they will cut that 25,000 or wait for 6 months from your only source of income. I would like to end right honorable that if it was a runner's cut, Ministry of Finance should really make a statement here. We are in the second quarter of the financial year, and from that statement it looks like that money is still missing. I sit in the budget committee, and I remember together with this house we reinstated that money and provided it as additional money in that budget, but I'm told all those budgets were cut again. I thank you.
Thank you. Hadarau Desinjiro, Honorable Mshemeza. If you know your bureau 60, please. Honorable Rauben.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for recognizing us, the elderly. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also want to thank the Minister for his statement. Right Honorable Speaker, one of my issues on the SAGE. Right Honorable Speaker, when they were issuing the identity cards we have, there were some errors on the elderly people. Others were registered very, very young age compared to their real age. I have an example in my constituency in Sinjiro West, where actually a young brother is benefiting from SAGE and the elder brother is not benefiting. And it is very expensive for these older people to go through these legal requirements, sharing affidavits, going to gazetting and this. So I would request the minister to look into this issue. Since we are going to start registration of new identity cards, make sure you assist your brothers and your sisters. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, I would also propose that if someone retires, should qualify to be an elderly. The retirement age is 60 years, which means you are already an elderly. So I would request also people who have retired at that 60 years of age to qualify to be an elderly. Then lastly, I would also want to request the new people in Masaka to respect the old age, because even the old age, our president will be there and is an elderly, so you people respect this day and actually the elderly of us and give us a credit. I end there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Venjina.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank my minister for presenting our paper about the National Day celebration for the older persons. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity in a very special way to thank all the colleague members of Parliament for the high respect they always accord to us older persons. We always enjoy working in this Parliament because of the treatment they give us. They have always treated us very, very nicely. And so we enjoy it. Today I'm very, very happy because they have supported us in the most exceptional way. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would like to thank His Excellency the President in a very, very special way for recognizing the older persons that they should be given opportunity to serve in this august house. If it was not for His Excellency the President, some of us would not have come back to this house. So we thank our Tata very, very much. I thank all of you for the support you have already given, and also for already advocating for our money to come back to our old persons who are suffering very much on the ground. I was in the constituency 3 days ago, and I took the chance to consult the older persons of three districts of Greater Nebi, and I discovered that even this surge money, which they give them for 3 monthly, they don't get it. They told me the money disappears somewhere, and I've already informed the minister. I'm waiting for them to put it in writing so that our minister can handle it together with the ministry staff. Honorable colleagues, we are very, very happy and looking forward to enjoying ourselves in Masaka. Let us go and spend the night and enjoy ourselves and dance and sleep there in Masaka. And do what?
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Molele Matia.
Thank you very much, Speaker, to give me this opportunity. I thank the President. I have never spoken about this, but when the elderly were given opportunity to come to Parliament, I said God is with us. 2, they have talked about geriatrics. Medicine in Uganda here has been for a very long time. Geriatric was not clearly stipulated in the curriculum and activities in Ministry of Health. But today they are talking about that. I'm very happy. When the issue of elderly to be paid, I was already in the ministry, in the Parliament here, 9th Parliament. We were the people who went out to see these people. And I was very happy that they were given that 25. Because I did talk to some of them. They said the money was very useful. At least 3 told me they even helped their grandchildren, which was very good to me. But recently, they rose the age from 65 to 80. I was in Maracha. My first relative, my mother's sister, who even lifted me when I was a baby, they told that lady she's not yet 80. And I'm already getting to 78. And that the lady is not yet 78. And I've been fighting that with Maracha, trying to ask them to help this lady. I think the Ministry of Elderly should be able to take responsibility of research to find out whether these people are correctly aged, correctly
listed out that these are aged people. Otherwise, many are there, they are not getting the service which the government is offering to them. I want to thank government for that. I want to thank the ministry. I want to thank all of you. My colleague has already said, in Parliament here, you have really respected us. In the outside there, you have also given us that opportunity. We should use this to make this country to grow, because you are encyclopedias. Yeah. I thank God for that.
Honorable Ongisto, followed by Honorable Betao.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just have two things to say. Number one,
sorry, young colleagues, why do you want to join the dance for the elderly? You know, they don't have the energy of standing up and down. Usually they miss out on speaking opportunities. So, yes, I'm doing affirmative action for them. Honorable Ngiso.
Right Honorable Speaker, you are right. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. But one thing I want to say from my experience the other year when we were in Nebi was that you would see how happy the elderly are to come out of their homes and to participate in a function like that. And the point I want to bring in here in this regard is that if there was more funding, we would take the celebrations like it happens for other celebrations like the NRM Day, Independence Day, where we can have a national celebration venue, but also in the other districts there could also be celebration so that our elderly people can come out and they feel good. Like my colleague Honorable Mavenjina said, if somebody came from Wadelai and came to Pakwach town and celebrated, they would feel very good. So that is one point I wanted to bring in. The other point is still repetitive, all right, is that when you look at most of our elderly persons, they are taking care of a number of grandchildren. And it would be good if there was more funds and we increase the amount which we are giving to them. Because you look at them, you look at 25,000 and you see how they are struggling. You just say, we wish there was a little more money for these people. Because unfortunately, a number of the fairly younger people who should have been supporting the elderly ones, they have abdicated their responsibilities and they have left their children to these old persons. And incidentally, most of them are even women. Yes, the men are also there, but majority of them, and particularly those ones who are passionate about children, are mainly the mothers. And these are the people who really need more support than any other. Otherwise, I want to thank you, and I want to repeat, I beg that this day gets celebrated in every district, and maybe government can look for support in that regard. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Betawor, Honorable Kiki, Honorable Thomas, Honorable Mshemeza, Honorable Kagwera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank also the Honorable Minister for the elaborate statement, very clear statement on the older persons. But, Right Honorable Speaker, we have our people who are suffering a lot as elderly people, as alluded to by even Honorable Lemetia. You know, Ruth, you know, the NERA could not register very many of our elderly people. There are people who are even above 80 who are there without this support. I wish this could have been one of the activities ahead of the celebration. That then the identification of these people who are there, we all know that HIV/AIDS clear our younger people. So there are especially mothers without people taking care of them. At least for my mother, I was there to take care of her. Even when she died at about 90, nobody registered her. But there are people without children taking care of them. We should be mindful. So let us have activities of trying to register all these elderly people who have not been registered. Even the Honorable Masaka said that the hands, sometimes their hands, their fingerprints, it cannot be captured. So we should do something to make sure that all these people are considered. I want to also say, if we can do a little more for these elderly people, that will be the best. You see, when we talk about this, that.
Thank you, Honorable Kiki.
Thanks so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have 3 points. I thank the Minister for the good statement on the elderly. As you know, I'm a member on the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and we do discuss a number of issues of these interest groups, one of it being the elderly. Point number 1 is requesting all the MPs to go over the weekend and talk about this day on the radio stations, because there are a number of these programs which the elders don't know. And therefore I'm requesting all of you to talk about this day and the programs that these elderly have, and also congratulate them for the age and the wisdom they give us. So I hope members of Parliament will go to the radio stations and talk about this day. 2, finance. If you want to get blessings, you get blessings from the elderly or from your parents. So it's unfortunate Henry is not here, or the finance is not here. As Honorable Agnes said, if there are budget cuts, the last budget cut should be on these interest groups. Honestly, there's a lot of resources that are going wasted. If we want blessings, let us take care of our old people. Please note in the statement, 63,000 elderly persons are going to miss their money this year because there was a budget cut of 21 billion. So as you are talking about increase from 25 to 35, actually even the 25 we cannot afford. So what are we talking about? We are going to have a discussion on yesterday's presentation. I'm going to talk about money. Let us find a way of getting money or giving government where to get money, because there is a problem of money. So I'll talk about it later. And lastly, I wish to talk about land grabbing. Land grabbing, as people are getting older, our parents are getting old, they are grabbing their land. All the titles are being stolen. So the poor guys, they just come and grab. So members, how do we protect our elderly persons from their land being grabbed? I stop here, but for avoid curses by getting back that money in the budget. Thank you so much.
Professor Mshemeza, then Thomas.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also join colleagues thanking the Minister for his statement. You know, when you clock 60, I made 60 this year. I know Honourable Nsamba thinks I'm 52 because of the sports, but I'm 60. Any additional years you get, you thank God. I was looking around in this house to see who were with us when we were making the 1995 Constitution. I could only see Honorable Mavenjina. So when I tell some of my colleagues that I'm enjoying my future, you understand what I'm talking about. You know, so we really want to join the people of Masaka, and we shall take up the challenge to come and enjoy with you. But there are certain concerns I have observed with the elderly. One, during the making of the national IDs, some of the ages of our older persons were messed up, and they have missed out on this program of government. So we need to help our elderly to rectify that when we are renewing the identity cards. Some travel long distances to pick this money. We know now the unit of correction is at the sub-county. Perhaps we could decentralize further to the level of a parish. You imagine somebody in Ubududa coming from those mountains, going to the sub-county headquarters. It is really a challenge. My last point I want to make, these old persons have stories to tell, wisdom. Can we help our people to document? Now my professorial research values come in. Can we help our old persons wherever we are to document? We can publish small books and pick some of those experiences. You know, those experiences can help us even tackle some of the problems. Sometimes we think they are fresh. You may not need to reinvent the wheel. Some of the issues have been handled before, so we can use the lived experience approach to sort some of the problems we face today by tapping the wisdom of the old persons. I support the statement, and I will join the people of Masaka to take up the challenge from the Honorable to come and enjoy with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. And Honorable colleagues, we are going to conclude that we have a statement on disaster, and I know most of you want to contribute.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Right now, as I talk, I am 62 years old. And as I talk now, I am in athletics. I am a middle distance runner for Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, where I got 2 gold medals in 4x400 meters and 4x100 meters. So right now, as I talk, I'm a role model for all the older persons in this house. Mr. Speaker, the theme for the celebration is promotion and protection of older persons. Dear members, can we go all out and protect and defend the older persons from people who are embezzling their pensions? They are pensioners. And they have not got their gratuity, others have not got their pensions, and they are all dying away. They have not got even their benefits. And added on that is the fact that younger people normally want them to die quickly so that they can take over their resources. And this is what's happening down in the rural areas. So may we protect them. And I want to thank the government and affirmative action for including them for programs like Myoga, PDM, and programs under Operation Wealth Creation. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, it's our role to make these older persons be active by telling them to walk, to jog. Let them walk, let them jog so that they can avoid non-communicable diseases. You go to Europe, you find even a Muzungu who is over 17 years old running, jogging, and this makes them even stronger and they take time to die. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Congratulations, Honourable Minister. We wish you the best on your celebrations. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement on the status update on disasters in the country.
Honourable Minister for Disaster Preparedness. I think I've seen it's too detailed. I don't know how you're going to summarize it so that we have time for debate.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I can promise you I'll take less than 10 minutes to summarize the paper.
Thank you.
Right, Honourable Speaker, allow me begin with an update on your directive that we should hold a meeting, an interministerial meeting, that was chaired by the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, that took place this morning. And we tackled quite a number of issues and mainly focused on the long-term mitigations to the disasters across the country. And we also resolved in the meeting that we'll be having an interministerial meeting every 2 months. And we also agreed to visit Kasese and ascertain some of the facts on ground. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me begin by laying on table the National Disaster Risk Management Plan. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I also have a map that was published that clearly states the district-prone areas of disaster that is captured on the report, which was already uploaded, which cuts across eastern, northern, western, and central region. Right Honourable Speaker, the status of disaster is looming in the country. And we have received reports across the entire country that we are trying our best to respond. However, we are constrained by finances. Right Honourable Speaker, disasters has got natural disasters, which includes issues like hailstone, the landslides, the floods, the droughts, earthquake, fire outbreak, and others. We also have the man-made disasters, Right Honourable Speaker. A case in point, the issue of the Chitezi landfill that collapsed, that's a man-made disaster. The human settlement along the river banks that leads to the effects of the flood, some of those are man-made disasters, among others, Right Honourable Speaker. We have had cases reportedly across the entire country, and we have come up with disaster risk map that was published. Right Honourable Speaker, as a ministry, we do the following. We do coordination with other line ministries and agencies in case of a disaster. We also do the risk identification. We also plan to mitigate the risk. We also do relocation of victims that are affected, provide relief, temporary shelter, among other interventions, Right Honourable Speaker. We have a team, that's the District Disaster Management Committee. And according to our National Disaster Risk Management Plan, we have these structures up to the village, the parishes, sub-counties, and at the district level, coordinated at the national level. And when a disaster occurs, we receive reports from the district, written to us by the COW, and we take interventions. That's when we plan to either offer relief items or coordinate with other agencies like Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Works and Transport, Ministry of Tourism, Health, and also other agencies like Uganda Red Cross Society, the UN agencies, the non-governmental organizations, the army, the police, to see how to intervene in case of a disaster. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of preparedness is where this House needs to be intentional. We need earth-moving equipments, early warning indicators to be provided. The early warning indicators, equipment, systems help us in not using our eyesight to analyze, but using technology that help us to be prepared to prevent disasters from occurring. We also need equipment that can be decentralized, Right Honourable Speaker, not at the national level, but the plan that I have laid on table looks at having equipment decentralized across the entire country. In case of a disaster, we are able to respond rapidly and on time. We also need training of our personnel. as we carry on our interventions. But particularly, Right Honourable Speaker, we must have intentional funding of the budget under Ministry for Disaster. This financial year, Right Honourable Speaker, we allocated 18 billion shillings. But if you look at the issues that the cases that come across, we are unable to provide our response as it is planned based on the money that is allocated. But also the access to contingency fund has been slow. When we request for this support, Right Honourable Speaker, we need it to be expedited for us to be able to respond on time. What we have been doing, Right Honourable Speaker, is we've conducted trainings of our actors across the entire districts so they are ready to respond. And we have done this concurrently with the support of the Army, and I want to thank the CDF for being very supportive in this. We have also done provision of relief items and non-relief items to the different districts. And as I speak to you now, Right Honourable Speaker, I still have a long list of requests for relief. And my intention is to provide those reliefs as fast as possible if the available funds are there. Right Honourable Speaker, also through the President, he has always provided support to the injured victims of disaster, 1 million shillings, and 5 million shillings to the deceased families. And today, before I came to the House, I was just disseminating the money for Kasese that will be delivered any time from now. Right Honourable Speaker, all this that I have said, the answers lies in this House to be deliberate on the funding for disaster so that we can be able to be more prepared and be more responsive, and we will be able to do that. Conclusively, Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness is committed to ensuring that the entire country is protected from the hazards and provision of service delivery on time. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'll start with Kasese. Atkins. Let me start with the Shadow Minister, followed by Kasese.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and the Honourable Minister, for sharing with us. And I'm very happy to have heard about your emphasis on long-term mitigation of the causes of these disasters, because it is already on record that 70% of the disasters are environment related. So if they are environment related, that means the Ministry of Water and Environment needs to form part of many of your disaster management committees. Right Honourable Speaker, it is therefore very important that at this moment we expedite the establishment of the Disaster Management Bill or Act, because the plan alone may not bring in regulations to help us deal with this big elephant. The Act would stipulate the preparedness part of it, and that is where we would be able to reduce on the occurrence of of the disasters. Otherwise, too much emphasis on emergency response that money may not really be enough. And so our newly established minister will request that you liaise with the responsible stakeholders to have the disaster management bill tabled. Much of the earlier efforts are in place, and I know we can move very fast on this. Right Honourable Speaker, early warning now is very important. It is unfortunate that at this moment in time, when disasters are becoming common, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority was swallowed up. And that is the exact reason why we wanted it to remain intact, such that they are able to give us information for the different sectors Otherwise, if it is swallowed by the Ministry of Environment, the other early warning for agriculture, for defense, for aviation becomes difficult. And now what happens is that Prime Minister's office has established its own mechanisms, early warning mechanisms. Ministry of Environment, Defense has its own mechanism, Civil Aviation has its own mechanism, and I think that one at the end will mean that we shall not have early warning. But use of early warning has challenges, because even when you ask members here how many have had the weather forecasts and used them, you find that it is very difficult for members to access and make use of such information. Right Honorable Minister, the Right Honorable Speaker, the committee that goes to respond to some of these mechanisms needs to go with items that help us build the resilience of some of these communities. For example, a school cannot always be losing a rooftop, and you go to help it this year, another financial year, and when you look at the school, no trees have ever been planted around the building. So we pray that at least the minister, with your composition, you go with people who can advise on, for example, tree seedlings that can serve as windbreakers, and then give some advice. You find that some of the infrastructure is placed in a wrong, they are placed wrongly, and you wonder what would happen if strong winds came. So such advice can be got from the team that you go with. And so, other than giving posho or blankets, we request that you also move with tree seedlings to some of these affected areas, especially schools and other institutions. And then the communities can also get some advisory messages, like places in flat areas but are surrounded by hills are prone to strong winds. So what do we do? The way we advise farmers in such places needs to be shared. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the right time to intensify the sittings of the district environment committees, such that they are able to foretell that in for example, a month to come, there is likelihood of a disaster in this other line. So let's wake up our environment committees, because some districts even don't know which people form these committees. These are the committees that are going to review the state of environment in every district, such that we prepare ourselves early enough to reduce on the pressure to the office of the Prime Minister and the need for emergency response. I would accept information, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable, please. I don't
you.
have that. Your time is up then. Kasese?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you so much, Madam Minister. First of all, congratulations. And I want to appreciate the President for making the right appointment. Yeah, the right appointment. You have everything that it takes, and we're going to give you the support that you need, Madam Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to give a testament or a testimony that I was, together with colleagues from Kasese, I was in the minister's office receiving the money that within this week will be dispatched or transmitted to the beneficiaries. Yeah, I really want to thank you, Madam Minister, and I thank the government for inclining their ear to the cries of our community. But I also want to mention that the minister was only able to help those people that were reflected from the district. And as leaders from Kasese community, we're going to interact with our community together with the local leaders so that we have a consolidated list so that those affected families can be presented to the minister. And she has promised that on Monday in cabinet, she's going to serve cabinet with that consolidated list. Mr. Speaker, sir, we also, as leaders from Kasese, appreciate the intervention of a government office this morning, and I said it's the technocrats of the people that serve government that are letting down this government, because this very parliament supports disaster budgets. And we don't do the disaster ourselves or the interventions ourselves. The relevant ministries do. But there are a lot of monies that are transmitted to communities or districts that never do the job or the intended purpose. And we have agreed with the minister that we're going to support her, especially in pursuing audit for money or value for money. Because this very parliament has already transmitted a lot of support to address disaster segments, but we kept just around the same song of disasters. Very lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm happy with now the focus of government, that we will put aside knee-jerk interventions and want to look at sustainability or sustainment for the future, so that we reduce or scale down a loss of lives or massive destruction of property. As I see it grown, Mr. Speaker, I really want to appreciate you, and I look forward to seeing the minister back in the Kasese community. But I also want to encourage everybody that I think it's not enough. If you want to address a community problem.
Thank you. Honorable Madoy Isaac and Honorable Babiku and Honorable Rocky and Honorable Ridian Papar.
Hello. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report, for the presentation. I come from the famous Ududa, an area which is actually, if you use the local language, the mother of all disasters. And here we have always presented our case as a region, but here we are, every year we get problems. I want to inform colleagues here that while the ministry or Prime Minister has good intentions, there is a need for the whole collective intervention. Interministerial, like my colleague said, all the front must face disaster. We have a problem whereby things are done in half meal. In our area, particularly where I come from, people have been moved to Bunambutie, others moved to Kiliandongo, but then where they go, there's no preparedness whatever to settle them. As I talk right now in Bunambutie, they are in waterlogged areas. No food supplies, no tents. The tents which are there is only one. And moreover, the families, all the children are stranded. So we are saying that I think there's a need to create a fund that will meet some of these challenges. Then we want to look at the policy which we have been given to us, that disaster risk management plan. This plan is barely based at the center. It should be decentralized, because the people who are affected are actually at the district level. The capacity should be built at that level. The committees that have been set at the district are actually, they are not facilitated. They are just there watching also situations as the Prime Minister also watches. So in my view, I would feel that this should be handled at the district, if not at the regional level. For us in Mount Elgon region, we have demanded that they should be given a full ministry, if not a regional ministry, call it whatever station, whatever the name, so that our people are served immediately. But otherwise, as we stand, we are like also in a disaster enthroned. The Prime Minister's office is given a mandate, but handles issues solely alone. Minister of Agriculture is not there. Water is not there.
we have got education. For example, right now our schools are closed. Infrastructure roads are also damaged. When you go to there, they say go to Prime Minister's office. So in such a situation, our request is let there be a serious national concern to manage disasters in this country, because they seem to be that they are here to stay with us. Thanks so much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Honorable Babiku.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank my sister for the comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my concern is about preparedness, because we are leaning more on management of the disasters. And this calls for multi-sectoral approaches. For example, the issues of health, roads, we need to tackle them at the sector base. Therefore, I'll request that government supports all the ministries to handle the issue of preparedness, because disaster ministry only coordinates. It does not do the nitty-gritties. Therefore, unless we handle that, we may be putting pressure on this ministry, but it may not yield what we need. To Right Honorable Speaker, we have decentralized structures. For example, we have the district disaster committee at the district level, but it only comes in to provide information, data on the disasters happening. They cannot act for even emergency requests. A house has collapsed, hailstorm has come, they cannot even provide a shelter. I will propose we need to provide some percentage of money to be decentralized for handling emergencies. Minus that, it is only Red Cross handling this matter, and that's why we lose our people, because we don't have immediate rescues. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday I talked about the issue of the bill. Because we have been preparing for the disaster bill, it has never come to the House. The disaster plan will never be functionalized effectively unless we have this bill brought here, so that we shall have the national disaster law. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Rocky.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to hear the minister saying they cannot access the money from the contingency fund account, even when the disaster management plans are in place, even when the districts where these disasters have happened have provided and submitted the reports to the office of the Prime Minister. It is so disheartening. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, issues of disaster should not be subjected to bureaucracy. I think we need to pronounce ourselves on the management of disasters, that instead of handling issues of disasters with the normal systems, the bureaucracy in the office, issues of disasters must have first call when it comes to allocating and utilizing the money that has been allocated. It should not follow the normal systems in the offices where you say this one should be signed by a long route for the money to be accessed in order to respond. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of preparedness alone cannot work. But of course, the response time. How long does the office of the Prime Minister take time to respond to a disaster that has happened maybe in Kasese or in Bududa? In many times, a report is given, but the response time is too long. And you find many people suffer because they cannot be rescued within the shortest time possible. Therefore, I join the colleagues who say the offices of disaster management should be decentralized to the different regions where these disasters are common, so that the response time is reduced and people should be rescued. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paparu, Chair Presidential Affairs, then Kwania, then Honorable Shabe.
Thank you, Right
Then,
Honorable
Wadum.
Speaker.
I want to thank the Minister for the elaborate statement. Right Honorable Speaker, we are all agreeing that we need to decentralize the actual implementation of disaster committees at our district levels. The establishment is there, but of course without funds. Right Honorable Speaker, the local governments collect revenues. When the ministry is releasing the budget call circular, normally they don't allocate an area where the local governments can put money to manage disasters. So I want to suggest that going forward, when the Ministry of Finance is issuing the budget call circular, they should put a percentage where the local governments can allocate their NTRs to manage disasters within their areas. Response is very important, and the timeliness is very key. And at times it saves, and it is not even costly when response is timely. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been working with the NGOs all my life, and at times it doesn't take so much if response is timely. The areas where we host refugees in West Nile used to be disaster-prone areas, but with the coming of NGOs, with the timeliness, with the knowledge and capacity of the people who are actually affected themselves, these things can be managed at a low cost. As government, we have all seen and agreed that for us, any disaster, even in our village, has to be managed by the Office of Prime Minister. It takes time, and at times the response never comes. I also want to say this, that the Office of Prime Minister or the Ministry of Disaster now...
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Presidential Affairs.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, disasters are indeed a disaster to our country, and they take all sorts of forms: floods, droughts, wildfires, climate change effects, and what have you. But all these have a bearing on how we respond to the same. How prepared are we? We've talked about early warning systems. Thank God somebody alluded to this, early warning systems. I recall one time I did inform this parliament that at one time the Entebbe International Airport was supposed to be banned from receiving any international flights, yes, simply because of our weather stations were very, very poor, very old technology, and we were relying on Nairobi until we put our feet down. And I think at that time, the Right Honorable Speaker knows exactly what we did. He was part of that team that did it, and we put some money aside. That's part of early warning. The moment people are warned early enough, they are given enough education, reliable education, the disasters will have very little effect on our communities. But the moment we don't do that, that's when, for instance, if a disaster befalls falls in Sahara Desert, it has no effect. It's not even a disaster because people's livelihoods are not affected because there are no people there anyway. You get me? So this is something that we should be looking at. We should be funding. We should be looking for more money, and we should also be able to put in place a law. Thank God the Right Honourable Speaker has put that issue on the calendar for parliamentary business this particular session. I want to urge, I want to call upon the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Kenauma.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my sister, Honorable Abe Lillian, for a very elaborative report. Right Honorable Speaker, we have heard that there's a rising water at Lake Victoria that is mostly affecting most of the district with floods. For example, we have Lake Kwakwani and Lake Kyoga. And that is why most of the district that used not to experience floods are experiencing it because of the rising water at Lake Victoria. I was expecting the Honourable Minister to come up with a specific or a scientific resolution to mitigate some of this problem. Because when you look at all the districts, most of the districts are now experiencing floods. To Right Honorable Speaker, she talked about the district disaster management committee within the district. Several times we have written, my district of Kwani have written several times to the ministry concerning the people who are affected by floods, and we have never had any response from the ministry. Sometimes when you go back to your district, you are being tasked that you are not doing what you are supposed to do. And yet, we wrote and there is no response. So I wanted the Honorable Minister to at least to respond, because there are several letters that we have written as Kwania, because our people have been affected by floods. So many people have been displaced. People are no longer farming because of this flood. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nsamba, followed by Honorable Adiomu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the Minister is so good at giving hope. Yes, she has said she's so committed, and she feels she has the energy to deal with this animal called disaster in this country. I know she could have a good heart to do what needs to be done, but I also know that her ministry is one of the ministries that are poorly funded. The law gives that ministry contingency fund, but government never gives that money and never provides that money for purposes of disaster management. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of managing emergencies cannot be handled at ministry and we can sit here and say we will provide timely responses when emergencies strike. Right Honorable Speaker, I keep asking myself, an emergency has happened at a school, a government school. Why would the Ministry of Education fail to respond to that? Why? Doesn't the can't this be decentralized at least to the level of a ministry so that we know now we are going in October, Right Honorable Speaker, the rains are going to come, roads are going to break down.
But Honorable Samba, that's how it was. The money, Ministry of Education had that money. It was taken away to disaster preparedness. So this is, yeah, switch on.
That's the unfortunate bit, Right Honorable Speaker, for whatever happened. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, a school broke down, the hailstone took the roof of a school, a government school in my constituency. It was holiday time in September. Time for starting this, the new term was forthcoming. There was no response from government. Government only responded after 1 year to send iron sheets. The question is, Prime Minister's office, the question is, in their own thinking, where were children going during this entire period? So I really want to think, we need to get serious about these matters. Let every ministry handle their own disasters. For example, for us, we are coming from gold. We have gold mines in Kasanda. And when there are disasters in the gold mines, you fail to know even where to go. Prime Minister's office, no response. You can't go to Minister of Energy, no. You know, it is so sad the way we are handling this. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as the Minister says, she's highly committed. There are a lot of things to fix about how we handle the disasters that happen to us in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But, Honorable colleagues, to me, I think it's an issue of resources. We are not, you know, I was a government chief whip, and we would really sit every Tuesday when I was in OPM to distribute the little resources that we'd be having, and we find you're coming here to face the MPs. Sometimes I would first rotate in my office. I call them, say, now how will I face the MPs? Sometimes I pity my sister, really, Annabelle. You're like, how? Which hope will I give to my colleagues? Huh? So the issue of us prioritizing, government prioritizing the disaster fund, ensuring there is money. The contingency fund is extremely critical. And Attorney General, I think we shall need to tackle that issue, because you see, some of us are worried to have redundant clauses in the laws. If you have a law which says a certain percentage of the budget should be reserved for disaster money and emergencies, and we cannot implement it, you bring here Minister of Finance, they say that can never be. Then you say, come, we amend, we remove it. Anyway, I had picked Honorable Wadiomu, then Honorable Namga, Honorable Dur, and Mikiana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement. But Right Honorable Speaker, disaster is disaster. As we are managing this disaster, then another disaster comes in. As the Minister was handling the Kitezi issues, then heavy rains in almost in every area, or countrywide, also came in, destroying schools, destroying health centers, destroying people's crops. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think as Parliament, we need to consider the Minister of Disaster as a ministry which cuts across all the ministries. So as we budget, we need also to think, to put a certain percentage, because you never know what will happen tomorrow. We may not predict that maybe in this area, either eastern or western or central or north, this will happen. So if we can allocate a certain percentage, that when we get a disaster of this nature, then the Minister of Disaster can maybe get the funds so that they can help our people. But really, disaster, now we are heading to floods. Meaning that when the time of floods also come in, then roads also will be affected and people will be coming, requesting for.
Conclude, Honorable.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker. As my area member of Parliament was reporting about the disaster in the district, then Buwenge market also was affected, meaning that we can't report the other disaster in this week, again coming back to the floor of Parliament within no period or time, then reporting for the same, going to the district requesting for the same relief. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the Minister. You know, I'm also a former Minister for Science, Innovation and Communications Technology, so I'm addressing you as a fellow Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to refer my colleague to Objective 8 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy, Protection of Natural Resources. The state shall protect important natural resources, including land, water, wetlands, minerals, oil, fauna, flora, on behalf of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, as we do complain about resources, and we do believe we shall continue complaining, but we need to look at the causes of the disasters. Ministries are working in silos. Agriculture is the other side. Environment is the other side. So why don't you come together as ministries and start planning? Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at, for example, Kampala, the floods that have been, we've seen all over Kampala. You remember the times of Jennifer Musi, when so many buildings were put down. Jennifer I should say she was dismissed. Now we are seeing the current ED also being dismissed, Saka and other colleagues. But do you think this is a solution to the problems of Kampala, including Kitezi? Actually, Right Honorable Speaker, on issues of disaster, we've lost people, and we expect government to come up with a statement to apologize to Ugandans upon loss of life and property. We expect that statement to, to be presented on the floor of Parliament, other than dismissing public servants. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a proposal. We have local governments, and the structures are very clear. But local governments are not funded. We have environmental offices all over local governments, but they are not funded. the structures are redundant. So, Honorable Minister, why don't we make use of these structures? The ministries have suffocated local governments. They cannot give.
Thank you. Honorable Joyce Bagara, Honorable Jonathan Odur, then Honorable Etuk Isaac, Honorable Kambare Ferigo, Honorable Acrobat Chiza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would like to appreciate the Honorable Minister for the report, and I'd like to raise two issues. One of them is about the time frame. I don't know if the disaster management plan has an aspect of a time frame within which to respond to disasters, because sometimes you find that we report disasters and then it takes government or the OPM months or a year to respond to that kind of disaster. I reported here last year about 80 houses and 2 schools that were destroyed, and it is only one school that has gotten support, and that is just this month. But the matter was reported last year. But also there is the matter of the assessment of the extent of damage. Because when there's disaster, sometimes there's loss of life, there's loss of property, there's loss of plantations, and you find that the OPM is quick to send maybe beans or posho instead of prioritizing life and those that are injured. I would like to think it should be the other way around. While it is important to provide food, while it's important to, but people, if they lose shelter, in most cases, they burden the local council leaders, especially LC1 chairpersons, because that's where the people run to get shelter. And sometimes they burden members of parliament because they're the leaders in vicinity. Yet I think the OPM should prioritize depending on the extent of damage. If it is loss of life, if it is injury, if it is loss of shelter, it is important to prioritize. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Jonathan Odur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the statement. I have 3 brief issues. The first one, in the statement of the Minister, I'd expected her to provide to this House details of what is available. And for example, it say if you have an issue with your school, this is our standard reaction. We are able to provide iron sheets. We are able to provide these items so that the members can know. Secondly, if it's institutional, what other options do we have? So I think that is an area where the Minister can improve. Secondly, I wanted to inquire and propose at the same time. Under Article 209, the UPDF has a role in managing disasters in this country. World over, whenever a country is faced with such severe disaster, it is the army they call upon to help. So we should build a capacity of UPDF to specifically react. And you know the army, it is about orders, timeliness, and yes, they obey. They act actually much quicker than the civilians. Even the procurement and everything else, they are able to. I will allow you to give info. Let me conclude, then I allow you information. So that is the first point I wanted, that let's invest and build the capacity of UPDF to be able to do that. The third point, which reinforces what the Honorable Joyce Bagala talked about and many colleagues, it is about when you respond to a disaster. One time in my area, I think in the 10th Parliament, I had made a request here, and we wanted some planting materials and etc. They delivered groundnuts much later, I think 6 or 7 months. And people waited at the sub-county from 8 o'clock for the groundnuts. When
just conclude.
They were giving like 1 kilogram a cup. People ate the groundnuts on the way. When they are reaching home, they had already finished the groundnuts. So the timeliness and how you deliver should actually be taken into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, my information still stands, I believe.
No, he's no longer but let me allow you, Honorable.
Thank you so much.
Just make your own substantive submission.
Okay. To strengthen the submission of my colleague on the UPDF, the locusts invaded Karamoja in 2021, but the UPDF responded. By the time they left Turkana, they reached Moroto, they were finished before they reached Kotido. So that capacity should be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Kambare, there you go. Honorable Tuka Isaac.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Also want to thank the Minister for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, you have said that why you have these issues of disaster is because of limited resources. Contingency fund is not in place. But I want to give testimony, Right Honorable Speaker, that there are instances where resources are available and we don't get results. Let me give you an example about Nyamwamba River. Right Honorable Speaker, Nyamwamba River, we secured fund from Egyptian government, $2.7 million to work on Nyamwamba. That's around 10 billion Uganda shillings. Then recently, under World Bank funding, $4 million was secured to work on Nyamwamba. That's around 15 billion Uganda shillings. Despite that heavy expenditure, Right Honorable Speaker, people are still dying. When the $4 million was secured, what Ministry of Water and Environment did was to work on what they refer to as managing of catchment area, planting trees. Software activities, planting trees. Instead of looking at how to desilt the river, instead of looking at how to buy an excavator, so that in case of flooding, work is done to save people's lives and property, they are planting trees, $4 million wasted.
Yeah, conclude, switch on and conclude, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, $2.7 million was spent on that river. After 2 months, everything was swept. Those guys came and worked on the river. They did not even consult on the right design. So you can imagine. So yes, man, we are not having money, but even in instances where we get money, money is not put to right use. We are still losing lives. We are still losing property on Nyamwamba River. So I want to urge Prime Minister's office that let them be vigilant. Some of our technicians are after making money. You can't direct money on software activities where there is loss of life. You can imagine we have spent 25 billion Uganda shillings on Nyamwamba River, and up to now we are still talking about floods, people dying. So I request that dearly as Parliament, let's be serious. Whenever we get funding, let money be put to proper use so that we realize value for money. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Tuka Isaac.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with my colleagues that the issue of funding for the Ministry of Disaster should really be looked into by this House. Because when you look at Annex 4 of the activities or the disaster reports from the various districts, you find that a lot deserves to be done. There are many things, there are many local governments suffering, but resources are not available. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at Annex 3, on page 28 of this, there's the list, comprehensive list of the detailed distribution of iron sheets to various institutions. And among that, Ulepi Secondary School featured. Just some 3 minutes ago, I called the head teacher of Ulepi Secondary School. Right Honorable Minister, these iron sheets have never reached Ulepi Secondary School. It is in your report, and it now gives for me a feeling that these iron sheets, where even the institutions are listed, they reach the rightful institutions. In fact, after here, I will request that I go with you so that I take this iron sheets of Ulepi Secondary School. I want to end by what Honorable Joyce hinted about the discriminatory response to disasters. Honorable Minister, there are cases where disasters are reported even 6, 7 months ago. Even for the case of Madiokolo, there were those which were reported almost 3 years ago. They have never been responded to. But you have some issues, some cases, and some places where a disaster is reported today and the following day you find a lot of things being taken to that. So I think let us go against that discriminatory resource allocation.
Thank you. Honorable Acrobat Chiza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to join colleagues to thank the Minister for the good statement and also for the plan to visit Kasese. Honorable Minister, as you plan to visit Kasese, I want to request that you do consider visiting Bundibujo and Ntoroko. This season alone, out of the 27 sub-counties in Bundibujo, 17 have been hit by floods. And if you go to Ntoroko, like we are talking of River Nyamwamba, River Semuliki in Ntoroko is killing our people. As we talk now, people are being displaced. When you go to Bundibujo, we have River Chirumia. This is the reason why I beg that when you send a team, let them go to these areas also, so that you see the level of the damage. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the selective consideration to the, especially to the bereaved families. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2022, we lost 9 people in the Link bus accident. The cow did communicate to OPM. Nothing was done. Last year in 2023, we lost 4 people in floods. A report was made. Nothing was made to the same families. This year alone in August, while we were in Igulu for the regional sitting, I did the report, and even a cow submitted. 1 person died. So when I hear Kasese being considered, when I hear Mbale being considered, when our people of Bundibujo are not being considered. So I beg government, I beg OPM, I beg the minister to really clarify on this fact why they selectively consider other people, other regions disregarding Bundibujo. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Ndamira, Honorable Max Ochai.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to add my voice to thank the Minister of Disaster for the statement she has made. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to really register my disappointment that I never saw Kigezi being mentioned. And I don't remember standing on this floor speaking any statement other than the floods that affect Kigezi. Right Honourable Speaker, even up to now, we are having a challenge in Kabale. Whenever it rains, all the soils get washed away to the valleys, and we have been writing to the minister. Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether the people that drown on Lake Bunyonyi also are considered, because each time the floods come, the drowning becomes more rampant. And we have been writing to the minister. Right Honourable Speaker, I have heard the minister talk of 5 million mabugo to the bereaved family. What about those that have been perishing on Lake Bunyonyi? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Max Ochai. Then Honorable Choma.
Coordination, coordination, coordination. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I also want to thank the Minister for the statement made. The statement categorized for us the various disasters in Uganda, and for that matter, I thank her so much. However, I had expected in that statement at least the financial phase of the of the disaster in the country. Because Section 26(5) of our Public Financial Management Act clearly provides for a proportion of the contingency fund that is allocated to natural disasters. So I'd expected to have a glimpse of the amount of money earmarked this financial year, and then an indication or an estimate of what we would expect during the remaining period of this financial year. That would enable us to appreciate our level of financial preparedness. I do not agree that money is the issue. I do not even agree that policy is the issue. It is coordination. If all the entities, all the stakeholders regarding disaster management are put together, and then the responses are adequately coordinated, I want to believe within our resource envelope, we should be able to manage the disaster. So my emphasis is effective coordination. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the colleagues to thank the Minister for the report, for the statement about the disaster situation in our country. And I also want really to share with her the challenges about inadequate funding. And from the legislative point of view, we should accept that now disaster occurrences are more than they were some years back. And therefore, that calls for an attention when it comes to budgeting. And Mr. Speaker, now that we are beginning the budgeting process, as the members of Parliament, let us pay attention to this, because it is actually countrywide. Honourable Minister, I would like to have your clarity on page 10 where you have mentioned those districts in Western Uganda. Thank you for the mention, but where you have put Kasanda, I want to be sure that you didn't intend to mention Ibanda. You see, Kasanda and Ibanda are almost sounding the same, because Ibanda is prone to disasters. Your colleague, your predecessor who is seated near you, around 2022, she visited the area together with the senior minister when we had lost people, properties, institutions, and the like. Likewise, I want to believe that you've already received, again, our reports, like 3.
Yeah, conclude, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to believe that you've already received our reports like 3 weeks back, where again we were very badly hit by rains and hailstorms, and Nyamarebe High School was brought down, and other people's properties and things. Then just on 17th last week, Ishongo Town Council and Ishongo Sub-County, 2 of them were badly ravaged. You are yet to receive again other reports. That means actually we needed to sympathize with the minister. She's also overwhelmed. And as I said, let's really pay much attention when it comes to budgeting, which we have started. I thank you, Right Honourable.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues in Toroko have been singing the Toroko song. I don't see Honourable Remricha here, but there is youth for Western.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, first of all, allow me extend my
followed by
sincere
Honourable
gratitude.
Chemongis, followed by Honourable Sarah Aguti, and Honourable Santa.
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the President for deploying a very youthful minister in Honourable Abe Lilian to the docket of disaster preparedness. I am happy to say that her dedication and commitment is very inspiring. And I am also thrilled to see her working closely with the experienced Minister of Cabinet. As someone from Mutoroko, Honorable Speaker, I've experienced firsthand the impact of disaster in my community. Recently, 6 sub-counties were submerged, affecting at least 40,000 people who are facing displacement. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to report that there are very good developments that are taking place in Toroko. Honorable Speaker, recently the Ministry of Disaster coordinated a wonderful meeting of leaders and UN agencies. And I'm glad to report that this meeting was very successful and people are receiving the much needed assistance. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the new approach that the disaster docket is taking, that of finding lasting solutions. And I believe strongly that this can only be achieved, Honorable Speaker, if our friends in the academia help us and intervene. We need research-based, practical, and feasible solutions presented before government to implement. For example, Honorable Speaker, in our meeting, we were able to identify that the Foods and Agriculture Organization is doing a wonderful job in Itoroko, the job of stabilizing the river banks to mitigate floods as a result of. I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, that with the new 2 approaches that the docket is taking, 1 of coordinating, 2 of finding lasting solutions, I believe, honorable members, if we support the docket, we shall have results. I thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Chamanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am happy that our Minister Lilian today has given us a good report about disaster in our country. And we pray that it works with you, because you seem to understand. Mr. Speaker, I have heard members complain on how government responds to disasters in our country. I am one of the most affected members. I remember in 2022, when my constituency was washed badly. I have families that up to now are still homeless. One family actually was completely with the food, granaries, houses, everything. Another association that had planted seedlings, tree seedlings of over 30 million was all washed. And other people, we made a very good report as per procedure. We had a very serious meeting in the district. We did everything from the ground up, took it to the Prime Minister. We did everything. I have been following. Other members of Parliament from my district have been following. The cow has been following. But I want to tell you, members, we got shocked until we actually quiet. We do not know whether the procedures that we know that should be followed when you are faced with a disaster have changed to other districts, or it is still the same to all of us.
Conclude, Honorable.
Let me conclude. From that time, I have had many other districts hit, and they have been helped. I don't know which formula they use. I think our minister, you need to guide us again on the new procedures, because this is not all happening in Queen. The entire survey have never received any response, except when you went there recently to Tenge. That's why I'm saying maybe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pray that things change.
Thank you. Honorable Sarah Goody.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I want to thank the Minister for the information she has given us here. My concern is that to the Minister, there are other places that are constantly flooded every year. For example, we have in my district of Dokolo, we have 4 sub-counties that are always flooded every year. That is Agwara sub-county, Ukondul sub-county, Kwera sub-county, and Adeknino sub-county. Why don't we get a permanent solution to these places so that every year we don't look at wasting money on buying food or posho or beans and giving 2 cups to the displaced people? We look at a permanent solution so that these people can be permanently sorted and this money can be kept to handle other places. For example, if we can get land to put these people so that every year you get a solution for a district, then another year you look for other places to handle. I thank you.
Honorable Santa Arum.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving us this time to discuss disasters. Mr. Speaker, the minister in charge of this sector lacks money. The name of the ministry is preparedness, but how are we prepared financially, Mr. Speaker? So as a house, we have a duty to give money to this ministry to address all our concerns. For example, in Oyam, Right Honorable Speaker, disasters has affected all sectors, name it roads, agriculture, schools, and we have so many schools which the ministry has not yet responded to. Last week, Mr. Speaker, there were farmers who were affected seriously. Their crops were destroyed. The ponds, the fish were all let out because of flooding and heavy rains. Mr. Speaker, we have the Great North Road in Oyam, which was washed away before we even went to Gulu. Up to now, the ministry in charge of that docket has not yet worked on that road, affecting the health centers, affecting every sector in the district, Mr. Speaker. We have written as a district, and I would like to urge the minister that please, we have seen on the list our name is not there. I will write again. We are requesting that let our name as a district also appear on the list of the districts to be considered, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me join colleagues to thank the Minister for the brief statement. That statement was supposed to be very comprehensive. I want to thank you for laying the National Risk Management Plan. But I wish you also remember to bring the other book that was released in 2021, January. It is called the Risk and Vulnerability Atlas, the National Risk and Vulnerability Atlas. It actually shows parts of the country that are prone to all manner of natural disasters. And if you were to internalize that book, then you would have known that Vulambuli is also a hotspot of disaster. And relocating internally displaced persons from Bududa, one hotspot of disaster, to Vulambuli would be a serious liability of sorts. Mr. Speaker, I have been contemplating on the logical definition of the word preparedness, disaster preparedness. We don't need to go to the dictionary. Disaster preparedness logically meant to plan and budget around preventing disasters. But this Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, Mr. Speaker, sir, is long at response, but very short at preventing disasters. Discuss. Mr. Speaker, every other year, when the rains are on, and you have numerous cracks all over Bududa, for instance. My good friend, the Honorable Alex from Isinjiro, was talking of early warning signs. Certain places like Bududa, you don't need early warning signs. God has already given us early warning signs. There are cracks all over those high-risk hills. And therefore you will know that in the case of any rains, these cracks are a time bomb. The rains will cause these cracks to go apart because they will be, the water that percolates down those cracks will cause those cracks or even the hills to slide down. But year in, year out, we are caught, the ministry is caught off guard. It is good that the Land Attorney General is here. The distinguished Land Attorney General is here. I would like to take you to the dictates of the Constitution, Article 249. Honorable members, we were sworn in to protect and uphold the Constitution. And this particular article is mandatory. It says, there shall be a disaster preparedness and management commission for Uganda to deal with both natural and man-made disasters. There shall be. Up to now, we have a government which is making 40 years down the road. They would not want to implement information allowed. Mr. Speaker, bear with me.
You're submitting as a member, not as a whip. I picked you because of Bududa. Okay? So I'm not giving... when the rope is here, when the boss is here, the small drum is given little more. But since you've allowed, let me not incite violence against...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my boss for giving way. The information I want to give is that before the Honorable Lilian Abe was appointed Minister for Disaster Preparedness, she was here. She was actually the leading architect in demanding for a disaster management commission. And we were all here. That's the information I want to give.
Thank you very much for that very useful information. At least you know. And Mr. Speaker, you are aware that under OPM, there is a serious conundrum of issues. You know, one of the ministers, and actually the Spiria, my good friend, distinguished woman member of Kitugumo Spiria, the engineer Hiraro Nek, complained bitterly, it was a right complaint, that the funds that were meant to respond to disasters had been misappropriated, actually irregularly reallocated. And that issue actually ended up here. And it is still the case because there are lots of power centers under OPM, Mr. Speaker, sir. So much so, in fact, that even this little particular a quarter of what is meant to be in the contingencies fund is does not address exactly those responses of disasters. But some of the money...
the same parliament here, not the Prime Minister came here and explained that money was used to put up, I think was it in Nakasongora Health Center, Kayunga, Nakasongora, the Prime Minister, Kasese, and Brisa, the different structures. Because this is money, they were saying food. The Prime Minister said, but these same people are not having health center, they're asking me for health center. And she came here and we applauded her. Okay? Because she showed, by the way, she had used very little money. It was around, was it around 5 billion? Around 7 billion. Okay? But you see, it served a very great purpose for those schools which had been washed away and health centers. So that saying that money was diverted, I think it would be wrong. Because it served the purpose under disaster, only that it was changed from only food consumption to people having health centers and having schools.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also obliged. It's good you also agree with me that it was changed from where it was meant to be.
Yes, not diverted.
To another. But do you realize that, Mr. Speaker, until recently, OPM, no, the statement is factual. The complaints were raised and they're actually even
now, whom are you responding to?
Under record.
Whom are you responding to? You're picking words from the street and you're responding.
Mr. Speaker, OPM, until recently, they did not have a relief budget. And that is when I think the intervention of the current holder of the office of OPM decided that because these particular responses on relief, we have been at the mercy of donors and humanitarian groups. And that's why she spent that money that way. But I'm not castigating her for doing it, but I'm only raising the complaint that was raised. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, what is at issue is for this House to ensure that we prevail on the powers that be to have this commission constituted. And incidentally, it is this House that is supposed to prescribe the composition, the functions, and even procedure of implementation of matters of disaster, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Rather than firefighting every other time whenever disaster has happened, it is always good to work around prevention, because prevention is better than cure, Mr. Speaker.
Can we sort this with that on a general?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree with the member that prevention is better than cure. But for information, Right Honorable Speaker, we discussed in Cabinet the Disaster Prepared Management Act Bill 2024 on the 6th of May 2024. It was, yes, up to now. It was sent back for the minister to carry out further consultation on the composition and the proposed management of the disaster management team that is provided for under Article 249. So it's work in progress, and we'll be coming to the House. However, Right Honorable Speaker, now that I have the floor, I'd like to inform the member, actually to caution the member, that we are leaders. And when we come here and say we need to prepare for disaster, and you tell us that you're seeing cracks in the mountains in Bududa, and as a leader you're not telling your people to move, that could be wrong.
No, I haven't.
Order.
No, I have no one on the floor. You see, depending on how you approach, you came with a big threat and the member sought refuge somewhere. Eh? No, just let me pick on one more member to represent people with disabilities, because I know they are affected. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, we have other issues on the agenda. You will submit on those ones. And you can see the method I'm using. Members who have submitted, I'm not picking them on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for a very good report. And I can't overemphasize the issue of funds, and to say that the ministry cannot do anything unless we give them money as Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to also ask the Minister or the Ministry that there's got to be a deliberate move or a strategy to make sure that vulnerable people are catered for when disasters happen or even before they happen. For example, I have reports from Toroko that the assistance that was given did not reach people with disabilities. And this is the same for older persons. Everywhere where you read about disaster, people who are vulnerable are targeted first. Whether it's evacuation, whether it's relief items, they've got to be prioritized before the rest. For example, if fire broke out in this house, I think Honorable Chan and myself would be more affected. The rest of you would run for your dear lives, but we cannot easily run like the rest of you. So, Honorable Minister, I want to implore that you have a deliberate target, because we have leadership at all levels. So please, let's be intentional and deliberate about how to assist the vulnerable people, especially persons with disabilities, and to make sure that they're not left out when we have any relief to the communities. Right, Honorable Speaker, lastly, I hear members talk about the commission. I agree. However, to the best of my knowledge, I think that we cannot have a commission until we have the law. That is what I understand. So I think that we might have to bring the law and pass it, and then we can think about a commission. But Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for your vigilance and to implore you that please always prioritize the most vulnerable people, especially people with disabilities, because they haven't been targeted in your assistance that you've been giving to different districts. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rob.
Right, Speaker.
For people who have matters of national importance, tomorrow I will handle them. So if it's a disaster coming, that's a matter of national importance. Yes. Now we are debating. We are not informing, we are debating.
Right, Speaker, I want to see how we assist the minister to be effective in doing her work. There seems to be a disconnect between the district disaster committee and the minister for disaster preparedness. In many respects, sometimes the reports are prepared, some will make it to the ministry, others will get stuck along the way, and then members have to be here to seek audience with the speaker, matters of national importance, and frankly not everyone can have that chance because we are too many here and disasters always happen. And even when a member gets a chance to raise the matter on the floor, they still have to run after the minister or the ministry for that matter. I would like to implore the minister, for you to be efficacious, have a system in place, a seamless system, so that when a disaster does happen and it is reported to your ministry, one, there is feedback. But number two, that there is help that reaches the place with immediacy. I think that sometimes the minister is stuck. She's thinking there's a huge disaster and you have financial constraints. Send the little that is available then. Because it does not make sense if you want to respond to a disaster 3 months later. At that point, you will be overtaken by events. The help might not even be relevant anymore. People might have died or whatever the case might be. Have that seamless system in place. Get reports quickly. With immediacy, respond, send whatever little is available so that there can be something to be mitigated. But if you want to wait until you have plentiful to address a disaster, then it's no longer an emergency. Hopefully that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Just you can use around 3 minutes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, allow me to thank my colleagues for their input, and I want to re-echo the statement of commitment that as a disaster ministry, we will continue to be committed to addressing all those challenges amidst the financial constraint. But let me just put across a few clarifications. Number one, on the issue of time, colleagues, the ministry can only respond with the available resources. So when you write, what I do is to follow the order of the requests received based on the resources I have at that time. So you bear with me that if some districts delay to receive this relief, is because of that. But if funding improves, I'll be able to provide the support immediately as you request. And that would be my interest as I would wish to do. The details on the items. Right, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Oduro noted this, and I think it's important I mention it. The items that we normally deliver, the food items, which is posho and beans, then sometimes provide the iron sheets, and also the temporary shelter in an event that people are displaced. Those are the items. Sometimes members ask for seedlings and trees. That one we collaborate with the line ministries so that we can be able to provide. So I thought I would put that across clearly. Right Honourable Speaker, some of the issues is just for me to take notes and incorporate in our response, but I would like to conclude that this House, if we are intentional on the budgeting process, then we'll be able to provide timely response and support across the entire country. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, I hope, Honourable Minister, you really put up a spirited fight in Cabinet over this, because it's very, very critical, so that when we come here, at least we are just supporting. You co-opt our support on top of the one that comes from Cabinet. Next item, Clerk, I think, Honourable colleagues, if you remember, we have 2 reports we've already received from PAC, but they are closely related in terms of the issues raised. So, like on item 8, it was on, we received volume 1, and we also have volume 2, and the issues during debate are more or less the same. So, I would propose we also receive volume 2, so that we debate all of them, these accountability issues at once, to avoid repeating ourselves. And we are already behind the schedule in as far as the requirement of the law with the processing of Auditor General's reports is concerned. We are already behind schedule. So, Clerk, we do item number 9.
Item 8.
Oh, item 9. Let me see. No, 8. Yes, 8. Sorry. 8.
Item 8. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on government ministries for their ended 30th June 2023.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Park.
I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm going to present volume 2. To begin with, Right Honourable Speaker, let me lay on table the report of volume 1 and volume 2, Right Honourable Speaker, and then minutes of the meetings of both volume 1 and volume 2. I beg to lay. Right Honourable Speaker, volume 2. Volume 2 has the following ministries. It has the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. It has the Office of the Prime Minister. It has State House, Ministry of Gender and Social Development. It has Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity. It has Ministry of Information and National Guidance. It has Ministry of Local Government. That comprises of volume 2. Volume 1, Right Honourable colleagues, we covered the rest of the ministries in volume 1, and the report was presented yesterday. Right Honourable Speaker, I will straight and try to avoid issues that I generally tackled in the presentation of volume 1. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll go to general observation on utilization of reports, that is on page 2. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives got 552 billion was approved the budget. It was warranted 487, and this table also has utilized and unutilized, and that is 97%. Office of the President, Office of the Prime Minister, 135, which you've been dealing with, disaster. It was warranted 144, which is 84% of the budget. It utilized 103. It had unutilized money. It even had unutilized money of 11 billion. State House had a budget of 869. It was warranted 835, which was 96%. It used 834. It had unutilized money of 1.2 billion. Ministry of ICT and National Guidance had 213.9 billion. It was warranted 169. That's a percentage of 78%. It utilized 166. It had unutilized money 2.3, which was 98%. Ministry of Foreign Affairs had 51 billion. It was warranted 51 billion, 0.5, which was 99.3%. It utilized 50.1 and had unspent balance or annual unspent warrants of 1 billion.
Procedure, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the principle of our parliamentary democracy designed Parliament in a manner that when we are discussing a report of a government department or a sector, the minister responsible for the sector needs to be there. Then the technical bench needs to have the technical people so that they capture live. I know, Right Honorable Speaker, you have created the online parliament where some of these technical people claim that they are listening from their offices. But this creates weakness in terms of implementing the decision of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, you may need to exercise your power within the rules and do the necessary. Thank you.
That's well noted, Honorable. Yeah, because you see, Honorable colleagues, what if someone uses it as a tactic to fail you? Because you have a time limit on these reports of the Auditor General. That's number one. Number two, most of the issues in the Auditor General's report are issues for accounting officers to handle. Then, number three, the minister will be required to bring a memorandum, a treasury memorandum here, which is action taken on the recommendations of the Auditor General and Parliament. So whichever way, they can't survive on this, whether they run, whether they hide. But it would be really important for them to be here. But since they are not here and we are time limited, and there is an acting leader of government business, he will take responsibility for everything. Yeah, let's resume in the interest of time. Yes, Honorable Duro. I hope you're supporting me on this. I'm lobbying you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also here to persuade you. I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable colleagues, that this report that we are receiving has handled several aspects of the ministries, central government. And we have been grappling here with some questions on how the ministries are going to implement some of the pieces of legislation that we are faced with. The current one is about RAFEX, for example. So some of the ministries that we are receiving here are mentioned adversely, even issues of capacities are here, and they should be here to at least take off a little bit time to explain, so that it informs this House when we go to the bills. Maybe we would have had some answers. I don't think the House, as it is constituted now, even in the presence of the acting leader of government business, may be able to deal with. We are likely to have a pile-up that I will convey this, we are going to come back, and then we prolong. So I just wanted to bring that aspect to your attention and to the attention of the House.
I know, honorable colleagues, by next week, all reports which we will have not processed shall be passed omnibus, so that the government can go to act on them. So the little window, the little time I have, I want us to use it effectively. The Attorney General is here. The Minister for Public Service, like on the issue raised, is here. He's the Chief Architect of RAPEX. So I think we are able to do work. And these are not our own views. These are coming from recommendations of the Government Auditor General. You know, from a government official. This is not our original view. So let's, colleagues, let's save time. Yeah. Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker, I did not raise procedure to the effect that we should suspend, but you see, you approve these ministers. It's just proper that you, periodically, I know you may be doing it, you submit a report to the President of inefficiency of some of these ministers. Thank you.
The ministers know how we have approached that issue of their presence here. They know really we have taken it a notch higher. They know we've taken it a notch higher. Let's move on, Chivumbi.
Right Honourable Speaker, I stopped on the Ministry of Gender and Social Development. It had a budget of 200. By this table you can read. Right
Yes.
Honourable Speaker.
Sure, so that we save time for
I can
debate.
go to just the total. A total of 2,203 billion was availed to the entity. There was unspent balance, money that you did not spend, of 1,900,000,000, which remained unspent. Right Honourable colleagues, I can read out of the total approved budget of 2,203 billion for the above 80 ministries, a total of 2,554 billion, that is 93%, was warranted, out of which 1,000,000,009. Is that figure correct? That figure is not correct. It is correct. 1,907,000,000. It's 1 trillion. It can't be 1 trillion out of 2. That figure is not correct. Yes.
I hope your clerk should be checking. He will.
Yeah, I'll come back to that
guide
figure.
you.
There was a notable poor budget absorption represented by unutilized warrants, especially by the Ministry of Local Government, which was 24%, Office of the Prime Minister, 10%, Ministry of Gender, 8.4%, as represented above. The main reason advance for, especially for wage budget, was government stoppage of recruitment pending rationalization of government agencies. The committee noted that some of the warrants that were not utilized were made for activities that were either partially implemented or not implemented at all. The committee observed that under absorption of funds does not only distort budget implementation but also deprives other deserving agencies. Our recommendations are the same as we recommended in Volume 1. Implementation of output, honorable colleagues, apart from specifics, it's the same way that I presented in Volume 1. The table as is was the same table as in Volume 2. You can read the same issues are the same. On page 6, the committee notes that it was only State House that had all outputs fully implemented, whereas majority of the entities had composition of fully yes.
Presidential Affairs, former chair.
Former chair, Presidential Affairs, yes. I can repeat for your clarity. The committee notes that it was only State House that had all outputs fully implemented, whereas majority of the entities had a composition of fully implemented outputs, partial and some outputs not implemented at all, as per the table above. Among the notable entities that had partial implemented outputs were Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, Yes, ICT, that is Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Gender and Social Development. The above entities had partially implemented outputs and activities despite receiving the requisite funds, which indicate diversion of funds to implement unapproved activities. Section 10.1 of the Treasury Instruction, that one I read, stipulates that in a reviewing payment request, an accounting officer shall have a primary responsibility of ensuring that there is no mischarge and diversion of funds through wrong coding of transaction. Percentage of assessed samples by the Auditor General I dealt with in Volume 1. Just take a note of the percentage that, for example, Office of the Prime Minister had the percentage, they are there in Table 1, but notable is Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was assessed at 5%. Yes, where we have our missions, was assessed at 5%. And Ministry of Local Government, which was assessed at slightly 50%. The rest of other ministries, the percentages were fine, 92, 87, and except for Ministry of Trade, which I will later on speak to briefly, because the report of the Ministry of Trade is that the same as it was in the earlier report that the ministry, the Parliament recommended it to CID and further actions by government. The findings don't in any material form. Yeah, it is zero. For the problem is that most of the monies assessed were in subventions. For the core ministry, it was not assessed properly. Because they said files, Honorable Attorney General, some are for investigations and had not yet been received back. Right, Honorable colleagues, the rest are for specific ministries, and I will mention that I feel I've already spoken about the Ministry of Trade Industry. The findings of the committee are the same as the findings in the Ministry of Trade investigation led by Honorable Chair then Mwine Mkapa. And our Mwine Mpaka, our recommendations are the same. Ministry of, the next ministry is Ministry of, the next ministry is the Office of the Prime Minister. The Office of the Prime Minister, during the financial year, the entity had a budget of 135 billion, of which 144 was warrant, as earlier noted. There's nothing, utilization of warrants. The entity was availed 144 during the financial year, out of which 103 was utilized, resulting in utilized warrants of 11 billion, representing 90% utilization. This entity of the performance of non-tax revenue, you can read, nothing much, did not have so much revenue. Implementation of affirmative action, right, honorable colleagues, you can read that paragraph, a follow-up procurement and distribution of goats and iron sheets in Karamoja. Right, honorable colleagues, you can, lot of interest in this table on page 25. You can look at how money was used that was meant for, if you look at this, let me read it. The Auditor General reported that during the financial year 2002, OPM received supplementary funding of 39 billion for procurement and distribution of goats and iron sheets for Karamoja region. Out of the 39 billion, accountabilities for entities worth 6 billion were with the IGG at the time of follow-up audit and were therefore not verified as indicated below. This money is with the auditor with IGG. The committee observed that at the time of interacting with the accounting officer, the IGG had not concluded the investigation, verification of the accountability worth 6 billion. The committee further observed that the IGG has held on the documents for 2 financial years, 2021, 22, 23, making it difficult for the Auditor General to complete the audit, which is unreasonable delay on part of the IGG. The unreasonable delay is therefore detrimental to the speedy conclusion of the investigation. Review of procurement and distribution of goods. Auditor General undertook an audit of procurement and distribution of goods for Karamoja region for the financial year 2021-22, 2023-24, totaling 25 billion .38, as revealed as the following. Now, as revealed, the following issues: 1. Failure to utilize funds released in the financial 22-23. Audit noted that the OPM failed to utilize funds mounting to 1.155 billion meant to procure goods for Karamoja region during the financial year, and as such, these warrants remained unutilized by the end of the year. The accounting officer explained that the underutilization of the 1.1 billion for the procurement of goods was affected by investigation, subsequent arrest, and interdiction of key staff under the Department of Karamoja Affairs. The committee observes that under-absorption of funds not only distort budget implementation, but also denies services to deserving beneficiaries. Failure to distribute the required number of goods to each beneficiary. The Auditor General noted that according to the management plan, each beneficiary was supposed to receive 16 goods, that is 10 East African female, 5 Gala, and 1 male Boer, back to fasten the multiplication of numbers. However, a review of the distribution list of beneficiaries indicated some beneficiaries got less than the required numbers, with others receiving as low as 1 goat. Audit further noted that the delivery and distribution of the goods was not coordinated, and suppliers made deliveries on different dates and months, which could have led to the failure to distribute the required number of goods to each beneficiary. The accounting officer explained that the guidelines for distribution of goods were issued to the beneficial districts. However, during the implementation of the exercise, the district committees diverted from the guidelines and decided to spread the animals so that many households would benefit. The committee observed that the intended objective of the program of the procurement and distribution was not fully met, and the by the accounting officer in providing effective coordination of guidelines and monitoring of implementation of the activity despite facilitation being provided. We recommend that 1, the Office of the Prime Minister should desist from implementation of programs and projects and restrict itself to its core mandate. Line ministries should be left to do the implementation. Secondly, OPM should prioritize this intervention within its budget in the subsequent financial year to procure more goods for the beneficiaries who got less or those that missed out. The accounting officer should be investigated by police and IGG for failure in this project implementation. The committee recommends that going forward, the accounting officer should strengthen follow-up and monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of future intervention. Variation between quantity procured and quantity distributed.
5 minutes, Chair.
You can read that. The audit noted that the ministry procured 70,900 votes, 73,900 goods worth 25 billion for Karamoja region through framework contracts using 52 companies. However, review of the distribution list provided that out of the, you can read that, and our conclusion on that, on the OPM, because I want to go through other ministries, results of inspection of the goats for Karamoja, distribution of iron sheets, you can read, and other entities and other things for Karamoja. The report is big on Office of the Prime Minister. State House.
IT, can you leave on the mic for the chairperson because we keep interrupting him.
State House, as I've said, you can read the details of State House. Because I'm interested in this, in 2 other ministries that have issues. These reports were uploaded, and you are supposed to have read them. Failure to utilize timely recovery.
Honorable colleagues, you see, we shall not read from the submission of the chairperson. Usually what we do, we get a summary because these reports are so big. And
So,
then the crack
now let me
captures the
speak
whole
to
report on the hands
the
of
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You have the report. But let me speak to the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Honorable colleagues, because there is a keen interest. The Attorney General is here. In the Ministry of ICT, we interacted. Yesterday you had pensioners. We interacted with a case in the Ministry of ICT where the Attorney General failed to appeal a case where pensioners are going to lose 68 billion to a law firm that took 20% of every money that was paid for pensioners. We have tasked the Attorney General to explain why, for heaven's sake, such a judgment by Matov, who has been in prison, by the way, for dubious cases, is the same law firm that took 68 billion of the pension of pensioners' money, and this was not appealed. And the minister was simply instructed to pay. So we want the Attorney General to explain his failure to appeal that case.
And when was that case?
In the report is there. The dates is there. When it's actually the full amount has not been paid, but the ministry was instructed to pay that legal firm that amount of money. So we want to know. The other issue that we wanted the ministry to know was in the Ministry of Agriculture, honorable colleagues. We want a full debate of the Ministry of Agriculture. It's at the core service delivery, but its failures across board on all parameters we audited are alarming. Right, Honorable Speaker, if it pleases you, I would beg you kindly to allocate some good time to debate the report of the Committee of Agriculture. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, I would beg you to find adequate time, even this debate, to debate the Ministry of Agriculture report. Because from tractors to goats to drugs to everything, it is scoring very negatively. And that's where 70% of our people are. We want to debate adequately the report of the Ministry of Agriculture. I beg your indulgence. It was presented yesterday. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you,
Right
Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, the same conclusions are the same.
Yeah, sure.
That those entities that scored, that's why I've been very brief, those entities that were audited below 30%, we have ordered for audit by the Auditor General, because that sample is too small to inform an opinion on those reports. And literally, we have rejected the portions that were not audited. And all accounting officers who diverted money and caused other negative expenditures will have recommendations for government to take action. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chair, and well done with your committee. Attorney General, you wanted to clarify on that issue before we go any further and others expound on it?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, The history of this matter is that Matovu and Matovu represented the claimants for their pension pay. When the pension was ordered to be paid, Matovu and Matovu claimed that they had an agreement for the payment of remuneration of their fees. The dispute on remuneration of the fees has nothing to do with the Attorney General. We do not represent either Matovu, nor do we represent the claimants. When the money was in Ministry of ICT, we could not instruct the Ministry of ICT to pay the money to anyone other than the judgment debtor, who was the claimant. Matovu and Matovu went to court and sought an order for government to pay that money to them. The order was made in an interim application, which is not appealable as of right. We are still waiting to hear the main application between us and Matovu. So it is not that we refuse to appeal. We did not have a right of appeal. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is a dispute between Matovu and his clients. And we have said to everyone who cares to listen that government should be left out of that dispute, because we did not enter the agreement with Matovu, nor are we the debt collectors for the lawyer or the client. So it's not that we just failed to appeal. We do not have a right of appeal, but I know that the claimants are having their issue with their lawyer. So it has nothing to do with government. It's between the claimants and their lawyer.
Thank you. Now, because you see, why I brought that issue, why I called on the Attorney General, I have been following some of the people who are not happy with the Attorney General. Those accusing him of blocking government money being paid through lawyers. It's one of the accusations. Some lawyers even fighting him badly. We know, and they've been open, and it seems it's been a very good harvesting ground for lawyers, whereby they go, they crime, either public interest or groups. Honorable Kirol.
The Right Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with my learned Attorney General. Clearly, that's a legal position. Matters between advocate and client, government would be a third party of no particular interest. But again, as to whether money should be paid to a law firm, that's why when we are practicing advocates, there are two accounts. There's a client's account and the one for the firm. It is professional. But the disagreement, this is on a case-by-case basis. The relationship between an advocate and a client, sometimes, yes, we cannot rule out the fact that some advocates have not been living according to the oath. You get it? That's just a fact. But we cannot make a blanket statement that ordinarily, because of a one rotten tomato, it's the case for all the legal practitioners. No, it's not the case. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to put a disclaimer that in the whole legal fraternity, there are also very good advocates.
Of course, there are.
Absolutely.
And you're one of them.
Absolutely, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Dur.
Mr. Speaker, on this specific issue, I wanted to get clarification from the chair first. The report that he is processing arises out of an audit done by the Auditor General. So the Auditor General must have questioned something around that. Listening to the submission of the learned Attorney General, distancing himself from that. What is the particular query, the original query that the auditor found, on whose basis now the committee processed, and what is the recommendation to that effect? So that we can probably debate from.
And it couldn't be addressed at the exit meeting with the Auditor General. Sure. It is one of the issues which were raised.
Right Honourable Speaker, in for all government agencies, during this audit year, a special audit was done on the payroll as a stand-on, a very elaborate audit. Now, for the ICT, we found out that for ICT's budget, the entire almost 80% is towards payment for compensation. And while processing that, while the auditor noted that the entire almost budget of ICT was for compensation, an issue was raised because on the SCATH,
raised by who?
By the Auditor General, and says, but the amount to be paid to the legal firm, which was 20% of the total sum, was obnoxious. And that's when it was drawn to the attention of the committee. And on investigation, we found the following. One, that whereas the accounting officer was resisting to pay, the Attorney General and other officers were saying, please, he needed a clearance of his office to go ahead and pay. Then that's when we asked the Attorney General for this judgment of this amount of money. Before even the case is disposed of, you are instructing the accounting officer to go ahead and pay. He sought the opinion of the Attorney General. And the Attorney General cleared, please go ahead and pay.
The Attorney General did not clear payment. The order came from court. The Attorney General cannot sit and set aside a judgment of the court. So if the court has ordered that the money be paid, the Attorney General cannot instruct otherwise. And if you looked at my letter clearly, it stated this is not an instruction of the Attorney General, because I choose my words very carefully. This is not the instruction of the Attorney General. It's an order of the court. So the issue of the appeal is not an appeal as of right at this point.
Yeah, so because you see, Honorable Chivumbi, I don't want us to have a record here indicting the Attorney General who was implementing a court order.
Yeah.
And we are saying, don't implement a court order. And as told you, he had no right of appeal as per that order.
You see, honorable colleagues, I don't know whether the country we are informed. When we read the report next week on consolidated accounts, where we are establishing the total sums of money that is getting out through mandamas. Is it mandamas? Okay? Through mandamas of these judgments. And that Attorney General seems to be like, well, when there's a court order, we are handcuffed, all we do, please pay. And we are losing billions of money at the country. The case in point is this one. And the Attorney General simply says, no, my hands are off. We lost these peasants, poor people who have worked, are losing bloody money. And you're simply saying, my hands are off.
Yeah. Now, honorable colleagues, the committee is saying they are choosing the Attorney General for not appealing. The Attorney General is saying, I did not have a right of appeal. Okay? Now, if the committee had said, maybe Attorney General make an application to set the court order aside, and also vacating it is also appealing. More or less, he couldn't. So, no, I just wanted us first sort out these matters of the law. Okay? Yes. So auditors and accountants, please, faster. So I want us to be fair. You see, when we start putting here reports indicting colleagues, and they be challenged. Okay, they remain on record, and our reports are challenged and put aside. Okay, no, that does not apply. Here, the committee has not talked of double standards. We are talking about clear recommendation. Yes, no, the committee. Okay, that's another issue you can bring in your debate. But here we are talking about the recommendation. The committee is saying the Attorney General was wrong not to appeal. The Attorney General is saying, I did not have a right of appeal. Honorable Kam.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, where an order is issued and there is no automatic right of appeal, it is up to the party to peruse through the case. If the party thinks that there are no really appealable grounds, it cannot be a matter of appealing any order that court makes. And it will be making a wrong precedent that the Attorney General must appeal each and every judgment. So I think it should be a case by case, in my opinion. Thank you.
Honorable Okiror, I want to sincerely, colleagues, there's something we should get very clear. If you attend law school, there's one fundamental issue you can be told about appeals, that an appeal is a creature of statute. That right is not created in the air. If a specific legislation has not given you that right of appeal, you cannot assume it. It's very restrictive. So if Attorney General even attempted to appeal, it would even cost government a lot of money, because they will say you don't have this right. But you see, the injustice that I understand from the report is an injustice that has been created between the two parties. And when you look at the Attorney General comes in as a third party without a direct claim. So what we should be looking at is that what Attorney General would have guided on the appropriate remedy, but it is the respective parties to the case who are supposed to take the next step to redeem themselves from an injustice, but not a third party. For us to think that Attorney General in this particular case should be the one to take out that, absolutely it will be a challenge. So once an order of court has been given.
No, one clarification. Honorable Speaker, we want you to tell us. The Attorney General is talking about interim order. Interim has a meaning. Interim. Talk about that. Interim. That when it's an interim order, you cannot do anything about it. Do we now have the final order of court? Or when are we having the right to appeal? Even when we are not lawyers, we know. So please speak to this issue. Yes. Talk about interim. When does it expire? So when do we come on board? That's what I want you to talk about.
Thank you so much.
Right Honourable Speaker,
just
Parliament and the government of Uganda cannot come in. This is a dispute between a lawyer and his client. You will be called a mere busybody getting involved in matters that don't concern you.
Thank you.
This is a dispute between a lawyer and his client.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, let me just make it very easy. Let me make it very easy. This matter was not captured in the report of the committee. These were additional explanatory notes by the chairperson of the committee. Okay? If you check on page 69, 111.3.2. So these were additional statements of the chairperson. These were not recommendations of the committee. And because of that, since we all, and the Attorney General has explained and all that, I think everything to do with the submission around that matter, I hereby direct it's expunged as per Rule 229 of our rules of procedure. Honorable Jonathan, you had a procedure matter?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your wise ruling. On the basis of that, I wanted to make an appeal. I have been one person who insists that where there is a written statement or a report, it must be read verbatim. Going forward, I would implore you, because we would not be in this situation. I really struggled to look through the report. That's why I was asking. There was nothing like that. The law firm was not mentioned. So if it pleases you, even if we are squeezed by time, when there is a report or a statement, the person reading must confine himself or herself. Because this is a report of a committee. If I'm representing a committee, then I bring in something that the committee has not signed. No, I'm just giving us an example going forward.
Let's have records. I smuggled in things. First of all, when I read page 69, long, and I'll read verbatim, long outstanding pension areas. It was established that the ministry recognized pension areas worth 206 billion.571 relating to former employees of Uganda Posts and Telecommunications Company and its successor companies. The areas are long outstanding delayed settlement of pension areas negatively affects the livelihood of the beneficiaries as they may fail to access the basic necessities. Some of the beneficiaries may die before accessing their benefits. The accounting officer indicated that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development had committed to pay the arrears in a phased manner over a period of 3 years, and out of a balance of 206.5 billion, 51 billion had been released in the current financial year 2023. The committee was concerned that a law firm was purportedly engaged by the pensioners to pursue their payment from government for a 20% fee equivalent to 68 out of 206 billion of the outstanding amount, which represents a desperate situation for pensioners. So it's not that the 68 billion, I conjured it out of my own imagination. It's part, no. It's part of the figure, it's part of it. The only thing I asked that was not written is that this one, the Attorney General, being present in our interaction, we realized that it was this an appealable case where you needed to appeal to save money for pensioners.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I already ruled on the matter that anything to do with that, but I take note of Honorable Jonathan Odu's point. But Honorable colleagues, you see, you receive a page of over 100, a report of over 100 pages. So what we usually do, when we say summarize, okay, on the Hansard we capture the full report. On the Hansard, because you see, this Hansard is going to be used for research. It's a record of government, of parliament that we leave over time. So on the Hansard we capture the full report. I think maybe after the chairperson has given a summary, we should always just capture the whole report verbatim for purposes of the Hansard. Okay? Which would, I don't know whether that would make our work that, but another thing we've been doing, Jonathan and colleagues, we have been asking chairpersons to give an executive summary, okay? So that then the full report is captured alongside the executive summary, which is also written, which should also be written, and that is signed by the chair. Okay? Yeah, but now the problem is issues beyond.
Honorable Speaker, I think it also poses a challenge, because now if we are capturing the executive summary, then there is also a full report. I think we are giving the Hansard people some bit of difficulty. I know there are sometimes challenges of time. For me, I would really appeal. We have this time here. I think we should always be like we used to do in the previous parliament. Whether we go up to midnight, let the full report be read and captured fully, because it's not only just for us here. Even outside there are people who want to listen to this. So I have been having a problem analyzing these things. You say summarize, jump here. Why? Now you can see where we are ending. I think it's something that we need to reconsider, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, but Honorable Cooper, another thing, it had created laziness. MPs don't want to read. They want to sit here. Even when I tell you in advance that we have around 200-page report, people wait. When the chairman is reading is when they put out their pen. Okay? Instead of reading early, and some read, but others, some read, others don't want to read. And when you say, no, now we do summary, you see those ones who are not ready to read, they wait from the submissions and the build point. But what is very important, Honorable, what is very important, honorable colleagues, is the actual report of the committee being captured on the Hansard. The actual report of the committee. The chairperson should not go beyond the actual report of the committee. Whether it means you marking areas you're going to read out, okay?
Chairperson, I know there are those who are lazy. Just like you have seen the house.
Honorable Cooper, we shall not manage.
These are the serious people who are in the house. Those who are lazy have left.
Honorable Cooper, you need to go back and you look. If we are to handle these reports, I have been here waiting up to 8 p.m. We have these technical people. They have children. They have families. But also the presiding officer here. You guys can have, honorable colleagues, for you, you can have an opportunity to go out. You stretch your arms, you stretch your legs. Okay? I have to sit down here and, but also, honorable members, we are a parliament of how many people? I can tell you, in evenings, I usually don't have more than 40 members. Okay? Yes, I have the list here the other day. Those who are here. And they are the ones I'm going to give priority when we are debating. But anyway, we've concluded on this. Jonathan, we've concluded on it. Let's ensure that what is in the report is what is read. I think that's what you wanted, mainly. Thank you. No, we've finished, honorable colleagues. So I open up debate and I start with Honorable Geoffrey Nzima. When you stand up, you first try to understand whether you were here yesterday. So you check. Yes, Honorable Geoffrey Nzima.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
And
Speaker.
Honorable Azar.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I just want to comment on two issues, and these issues have appeared on the both reports. Yesterday, when the chairperson was raising...
And please, we shall be doing the 3 items we agreed with the chairman earlier on. I'm trying to ensure that we don't pass these things omnibus before. At least we have a chance. Yes, so we are discussing, you're free to comment on item 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment on 2 issues. Issue number 1 is related to spending of warrants. When you had the chairperson yesterday reading his report, in most of these ministries you find that the warrants are not being spent to date. In other words, what is available for the ministries to spend, they cannot absorb it. That's the implication. The challenge is late releases. When you go to local governments and also look at their reports, you find the same issue is also faced by the local governments. But when you interact with them and say what is the problem, they will tell you that sometimes Ministry of Finance releases monies towards the end of the financial year. And there are cases where if their project money is meant for projects, at least it requires some bit of time for award of contracts and the rest, the procurement process to take place. So I think mine is just an appeal that it doesn't make any sense to release money towards the end of the financial year and then these monies are swept back because this affects service delivery. That's one. Then 2, the issue of corruption in Ministry of, in Prime Minister's office, particularly in the implementation of projects and also award of maybe things like animals and the rest has always been mentioned here. But Mr. Speaker, I always wonder why some of these issues should wait for audit report. Because we have a full-fledged commissioner in charge of monitoring and evaluation of government programs. And we expected that when these services are implemented, there should have been carrying of monitoring and evaluation, and this monitoring and evaluation reports should have been given to the various ministries. But at the end of the day, most times we find that we have a lot of challenges. We only come to realize that these issues are raised by Auditor General's office. Thirdly, mine is also a concern. when you look at these goats we are talking about being given to the people of Karamoja, these were goats given to people who lost goat. I mean cows. The actual problem was related to cows. But then the compensation decided to take form of goats. In my own opinion, if we were supposed to be fair to the people of Karamoja, they lost the cows, then they should have been given cows. I don't know how the goats came in. So that's my observation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Waza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the chairperson of the committee for the report about justice, law and order sector. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment about issues related to judiciary and the police. The Northwestern region comprises of the districts of Moyo, Adjumani, Obongi, and Yumbe, and that's why we have regional police commanders, regional brigade commanders for the army, and so on. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the report about the construction of the Magistrates Court, the Auditor General noted that the contractor failed to meet the November 2023 deadline for the construction of the Chief Magistrates Court at Alebitong. Similarly, there was that issue about Patong also, where the Auditor General noted that the construction of Chief Magistrates Court at Patongo had an end date of 31st May 2023, which was extended to 30th September 2023. So this goes on to show that really things are not moving on well, and money is not being properly utilized for the construction of these courts. Mr. Speaker, when you come to our area in West Nile or in the Northwestern region, Obongi district is having issues. They don't have the magistrates courts. And he said they go up to Arua, at times up to Adjumani, and it's long, over 70 kilometers. They have issues there. Secondly, also the same region does not have what we call the high court circuit. What high court circuits, and if we want to go for high court facilities, we have to go to Gulu or Arua, where you have accommodation issues, feeding issues, and so on. So my people have told me to come and talk about this so that we can have a high court circuit constructed in the Moyo district. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we have a colonial police barracks in the center of Moyo town, which is congested, squeezed, and dilapidated. There's need for police patrol cars along the border with Sudan in order to ensure security for the people along the border and the refugees for peace. Justice, law, and order sector should be provided with adequate resources and logistics for efficient and timely management of cases. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, allow me to guide. We are handling an accountability committee report, not a sector committee report. And these reports, usually, our focus is not on observation, because observations are general and they overlap to sector committee reports. Let us focus on recommendations of the committee, because they are the ones government is going to act upon, not observations. Otherwise now, honorable colleagues, you're going to ask for hospitals, you're going to register that you don't have schools, which is understandable and fair, but then the spirit of accountability that we are trying to achieve through this report. The Auditor General will not respond to those during the Treasury Memorandum. He will not. He will only respond to recommendations of the committee. And I urge us that we focus on that. Okay? Yes, I'm still here, then I'll come this side. Honorable Gilbert is here. I was waiting for Honorable Gilbert Oranya to come, because he was a crack the other day for this side. Yes, I'm checking. Those who want to speak? Yes. So I have Honorable Paparu Aurelian. She was here. I have Honorable Akiki. She was here. I have Honorable Museveni was here. I have Honorable Temuzigu was here. I have Honorable Ababiku was here. Yes. And Honorable Rauben, today I gave you space. Let me first give the rest. And Honorable Maureen. Please. The wife mentioned you. No, the ones I haven't given space today are the ones I'm first giving before I go to others.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, in the committee report, they reported that about 24 billion was returned.
Which report, Honorable? We have 3 reports.
That is on the judiciary.
Okay.
Yeah, about 24 billion was returned, and yet this was money to enhance salaries for staffs in judiciary. Right Honorable Speaker, we have delays in the management of cases in the courts of law. The most closest court is the magistrate court, where the report indicates that only 40% of these courts, the magistrate court, are connected to internet. It is also reported here that all the cases here are registered manually. Right Honorable Speaker, these are areas where at times we find the clients lose files and it drags their cases, and these cases are not concluded on time and it leads to backlog. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is that if money is available, we know we are battling with the resources, but when the little is there and it is not spent, and our people keep suffering on how to manage these cases. These are the issues that make people not to report some of the injustices because they see that they cannot easily get the justice that they are seeking for. Right Honorable Speaker, they also reported that the magistrate courts, the magistrates are not facilitated or equipped with the vehicles. Right Honorable Speaker, we know that our people suffer when they report cases. At times the police and those who are investigating ask for money for transport from our people. These are the cases which we could have handled if the magistrate court and the police are supported with transport, so that the people don't end up suffering and we increase corruption in the process of managing the cases that are reported. Thank you.
Thank you. I mentioned you, Honorable colleagues, we were following each other. No, Honorable Amos, you are not part. Honorable Kik. Timuzigu, you can be speaking as a Kik gets space here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, as you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Concerning the report about the performance of ministries, the committee indicates that the percentages captured for audit were wanting. Some were less than 10%, some were less than 30%, and the Auditor General's office is the apex of accountability in this country. If they reach that point of capturing just 10% or less, and they think they have reported the issues concerning finance in this country, it means they are not serious. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that this Parliament makes it clear and informs the Office of the Auditor General that we are not satisfied and they should be serious with their mandate, because no any other entity in this country has got the same mandate. The second issue is about their failure to get keen on value for money, where they captured some activities and left out so many other activities as far as those ministries were spending. Because if they leave out some of the activities, the committee finds finds it very difficult to make a recommendation when they don't know how much was lost and how much was used well. So the office should also be serious on capturing the activities very well, so that we as Parliament can know how much was spent well and how much we lost, so that we can make better recommendations. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kiki.
Thanks so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I refer to this the report of Justice, Law and Order. And there were two reports yesterday on the reporting mechanism. One of the issues that came out clearly was the issue of the domestic areas. And as someone has already commented that the people concerned are not here, and I said I wanted to talk more about finances, because everything that's been talked here over and over again is lack of finances. I was of the view that the Ministry of Finance comes to tell us the strategies that they are going they have to address the issue of lack of finances, because this issue of budget cuts, the domestic areas, many private sector proprietors are suffering. They borrowed money to give service to government, and 10 trillion, you can't believe it, members. Yesterday, some of you are not here, but the chairperson, thank you so much for the report, reported that the domestic areas are 10 trillion. Very alarming. And these are private people who borrowed money to provide service to government. So I wanted the Minister of Finance to tell us what strategy he's going to use, how he's going to cover this gap. The people out there suffering, they borrowed money, they have mortgaged their properties, so it was a big issue. Much as the action treasury report will come, but I wanted the Minister of Finance to tell us. We had it the other time, Kiambogo, we had so many issues. There are so many pending, unpaid for activities. So the Minister of Finance should tell us, what is the problem? Are we managing this economy? Can we help? Maybe some Parliament should donate some money to government. Maybe we have a basket. We start begging. I don't know, because I get I'm so concerned. And then number two was still under justice. We have a presidential directive that each sub-county should have a police station, and that means they are going to recruit more police officers. And yet we still have so many problems. That was the directive, remember when we were at Kololo, that we are going to have, every sub-county is going to have a police station. So under security, where is this money going to come from? Then another issue was certificate of no objection. As you are aware, when we lose our relatives, the widows, the children try to get letters of administration. But under the means of justice, that office of Administrator General is messy. To get a certificate of no objection, if you have a will, that is the letters of probate, is difficult. People walk long distances to get some of these certificates. But now that the ministers are not here, I don't know who is listening. I think I will stop here, because I thought I wanted a full front bench here, so that they answer to my queries. Let me stop here, because it seems I'm talking to.
I'm first speaking colleagues who haven't gotten an opportunity to speak today. Then I can go back. No, I'm going by the list. But on the list, there are those whom I've given an opportunity today. So those will come after those I haven't given an opportunity. Okay? To me, my rules of fairness, what my grandmother taught me, I feel it's much better. Honorable Museveni, then Honorable... But oh, sorry, you had spoken today. You haven't spoken today.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I will give you a chance, Honorable colleagues, only that I'm starting with these who haven't gotten an opportunity.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want also to thank the chairperson for the reports. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a concern, especially in these accountability committees. Every report that comes here, they're always talking about mismanagement of funds, failure to absorb their funds. But we have other issues to consider, the causes. In most cases, failure to absorb the funds is caused by late release of these funds. In most local governments, like I'm a chairperson in my district for the roads committee, but the release of the rehabilitation fund, the grant, you find first quarter there is no money, second quarter you release the first quarter, then in the fourth quarter you release 2 quarters at a go. You find that they cannot absorb that money. So, Great Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, the Ministry of Finance should release money in time, because you budget according to quarterly system. But if first quarter you don't have funds and the work you are supposed to do in that time, it shifts to another quarter, then you find you have spillovers, even roads or every sector. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, if we talk mismanagement of funds, you find someone who has the accounting officer who failed to account for this budget, even the preceding budget is the one who handling it. And the committees report year in, year out on the same matter. So,
Procedure, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I had no intention of interrupting my brother, Honorable Museveni. Right Honorable, we are debating very serious issues pertaining accountability in our country and the uses and the utilization of resources that the government allocates for service delivery in the districts of our country. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't see any Minister of Finance in the House, and I think it would not be proper for us to debate here, and yet there is no Minister of Finance who would take some of the action points that are raised by members. Wouldn't it be procedure right, Honorable Speaker, to shelve this debate to tomorrow or another day when we have a front bench here who should be able to listen to all the recommendations and the concerns raised by members so that they try to put it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Honorable colleagues, I think, Honorable, you were not here when we tackled this same issue earlier on. Yeah, but I think we are getting a little bit tired. We need to stretch our legs a little. We suspend the House for 5 minutes only. We stretch our legs, we come back. Just 5 minutes.
Richard. Mwagamba ki?
I had wanted you earlier, I wanted information on the things which they are taking to Mzee, because Mama was meeting Mzee today, so I wanted those counts. But I got from Otala.
So let's resume, colleagues. Yes. So Honorable Museveni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern was on accounting officers, the Right Honorable Speaker, who are faulted in accounting for the budget and handles the preceding budgets. Year in, year out, the reports are continuing, but in fact there is no solution. It's like these accountability committees,
the
they just
solution
report.
is there. Maybe implementation. But the solution is there. They should be suspended.
Thank you, Right to you, Honorable Speaker, for guiding me. Then you want that implementation. If they would decide, let it be implemented. Let's not face the same challenges always. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, that's why yesterday, Honorable colleagues, I said, I think sector committees should interest themselves in these reports seriously when they are processing the budget. For example, if the committee recommended and found the accounting officer was doing wrong things, these are issues they should be raising. If they find here there were mischarges, money absorption was really bad, these are the issues we should be bringing out at sector committee level when we are processing budget. Just let's continue, because I'm going to give you your time. Let's continue with Honorable Sor Maureen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my chair, Honorable Namuga, for the report you read on the floor of Parliament. However, Honorable Speaker, there was a matter of concern that in the area of the police, there was lack of transport facilities for policing districts. And now it was stated that their vehicles were given to ministries and departments. And this now brings me to salary enhancement as well. Right, Honorable Speaker, the police are working so tirelessly, and yet they have a very small budget. And this brings me also, I remember we approved money for the lower cadres, the increment for the lower ranked officers, but I still do not know how our money that we approved to benefit the lower ranked officers ended up being on the other hand, because I understand that the police is one of the area that needed a lot of funding. And then second, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of congestion. We do know that in most of the prisons, we do have more than 8,000 staffs who are not properly housed. This is a very serious issue, Right Honorable Speaker. These prisons actually are keeping our prisoners. They can easily lay down their tool, Right Honorable Speaker. And I think it calls for us as government and parliament to look deep into these matters. Because how can we have 8,000 staffs not even being properly housed, yet they keep law and order, and even some of them have families, and now even the cost of living is extremely very high, Right Honorable Speaker, and now these people are not living a dignified life. So I want to implore the Honorable Minister that some of these concerns, make them priorities. These issues of budget cuts, are we aware that these same people whom we are denying budget or increment of money or increment of budget, Right Honorable Speaker, these same people could turn against us too as well? We should get serious as...
Thank you. Ismail? Honorable Ismail? Yes, I'm coming like this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ismail only submitted on point of information which wasn't under my permission.
Thank you for the protection. I want to associate myself on the findings and the recommendations of the committee in regards to the 39 billion meant for the people of Karamoja on goats and iron sheets. I want to fully associate myself to those recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the whole exercise was handled in tatters. Nobody listened to us. We advised the ministry. We had meetings in Karamoja. We had meetings at the office of the Prime Minister. Nobody listened to us. There was a lot of conflict in Karamoja on cattle rustling. We told the ministry, pending the procurement of goats until government sorts out the issue of operations. Pending the issue of iron sheets until the real beneficiaries are identified. Those are reformed warriors. But the ministry went ahead, they procured the goats. The worst bit of the goats, 6 goats were procured. 6 goats were procured. 6 goats were procured. If you go now and check, not even one beneficiary still has those goats. Within a period of 1 week, 2 weeks, all of them died. We complained. And to make matters worse, not all beneficiaries got the goats. In fact, Kotudo municipality where I represent, 2 divisions did not get. Central division did not get even 1 goat. West division did not even get 1 iron sheet. I am happy that the committee has recommended for procurement of the iron sheets and also the missing goats. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Agnes Amede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm going to comment on 2 issues. One to the Attorney General. The issue of congestion in the prisons. We have the policy on community service. At a certain time, I was interacting with somebody in Jalos, and I wondered why this policy has not been popularized. And I was informed that they lack supervisors, say at district or sub-county level. I think this is not right, because we have quite a substantial establishment of staff at the district and sub-counties. It is my considered view that this role could be merged to to be covered by the community development officers if they are well trained to supervise persons who have been given the sentences of community service. Then the other issue is the issue of petty prisoners. Hauling students who are demonstrating into jails, this is unacceptable. I would request the Attorney General to advise that this issue can actually be finished at police. You call the parents or guardians of these students, and they be given bail other than congesting them in prisons. Then the other issue is about the laxity of monitoring and evaluation by the Prime Minister's office department. We are losing a lot of funds because programs or projects that are in the districts are not supervised on time. For instance, when Butebo started as a district in 2017, we didn't have council. Nobody from the Prime Minister's office bothered to check how the startup funds were utilized. On another incident, last year, people from OPM came to supervise government programs. Within the same locality, there was a health center and there was a CD school, but they only went to the health center. When actually the construction of the health center was not being done in line with the prescribed standards of the Ministry of Health. So it is my plea that the department concerned with the monitoring and the evaluation in the Prime Minister's office really considers reviewing its operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Joan Okia, Honorable Esther Narima, Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to address myself to the report on the ministries, and specifically the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. From the report, we see that royalties, which are due to beneficiaries in the districts of Chitagwenda and Kamwenge, have not been paid out to beneficiaries because of land disputes. So I want to agree with the committee that the Ministry of Local Government, together with the Ministry of Lands, should see an end to this dispute. This is happening in other areas. Right Honorable Speaker, you're aware of the issue with Madio, Kolo, Terego, and others. And up to now, we are still suffering. We've not been helped in that aspect. And yet, it is very clear. Even the Constitution is clear on how this should be done. The mandate rests with Ministry of Local Government, and Ministry of Lands is just a custodian of what Ministry of Local Government has already established. So I want to agree with the committee that this issue should really be solved, not only for these two districts, but also for the rest of the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Narima, Honorable Gilbert Oranya. No, we will answer to the end. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my first item has been mentioned, and I beg we also add on a recommendation to fully cover that Parliament also recommends that the Ministry of Energy should consider settling all pending royalties to the different beneficiaries, especially local governments and the different communities. I beg we really add it on because there are several local governments. You have heard of Kasanda as far as golds are concerned. And there are many. Right Honorable Speaker, it's so disappointing when we've talked several times about matters of salary enhancements, and you can find the report concerning local governments. A tune of 24.5% is unwarranted. It's part of is a percentage for unwarranted funds. Unutilized funds, but warranted. So disturbing. But when you get into details, you look at these funds were meant to be enhancement for salaries, for town clerks, for certain cities, and then also cows. That was a very great opportunity to reduce some of these disparities we have as far as salaries within local governments officers are concerned. Why can we have an authority missing? Why should it be that it's another party again failing a local government, again failing an officer to do his work? Remember, scientists at this hour, they could be production officers, they could be veterinary officers, but their administrator is crying out. His salary is far lower, yet is the boss, is the one who's supposed to supervise. Why could such an opportunity be lost? So I request and I pray that as we are considering these reports, the Park Central report at this hour, let's also once again come back to the matter that we need salary enhancement structure for now all the different public officers that is still pending. Let's also emphasize that matter such that we can have morale amongst our officers, not only in local governments, but also in other MDAs, such that a supervising officer at this hour should be considered, because this is the accounting officer. There is no way a cow can continuously stand amongst us like park local government or park officers, like park parliamentarians of central government. Yet he knows that however much I'll answer this, at a certain time, I'm going to be demoralized. So I request Parliament, let's once again revisit the matter of the salary enhancement structure for all public officers, especially the accounting officer. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the Chairperson Park Central for the wonderful report. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for giving very good recommendation and observation about the compensation of animals in northern Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, I am happy that the Attorney General is here. Government has been promising people of northern Uganda, especially Lao and Acholi, for the compensation.
Honorable, that's a substantive item on the order paper. If you don't mind, we are going to give it.
Yeah, thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, I am saying this because the committee came up with very good resolution on that, about the compensation. So I pray, Right Honourable Speaker, since it's coming on the order paper, I pray that the Attorney General should really clarify and brief the people of northern Uganda about the compensation. Two, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Maureen brought a very serious issue, and the committee observed that the security personnel, the security is very sensitive and they are very important in this country. Right Honourable Speaker, I recall sometimes back you gave 2 weeks to the Minister in charge of Defense and Internal Affairs to brief the House about the salary enhancement of the security personnel, the police officers, the prison warders, and the UPDF. And up to now, the Minister has not yet come back on the floor of Parliament. And Right Honourable Speaker, the security personnel are stopping members of Parliament on the way, as we said the other time. They are ever complaining, and they are not understanding how the increments of their salaries is being done. Because you find some people, their salaries are increased by more than 150%, others with 10%, 5%. In fact, the security personnel in this country, they are not happy, Right Honourable Speaker, especially the police officers, the prison warders, and the UPDF. And you know, the security personnel, they are not supposed to speak, and they keep quiet. Their role is to follow orders. So I pray that the Minister should clarify about the discrepancies in the salary of our police officers and the prison warders. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, on the prison services, about the congestions in prisons. I recall we visited so many prisons in this country. And the problem is the accommodation. The house is built to accommodate 50 inmates. You find more than 500 inmates. And by the time they're sleeping, you may mistake that somebody may be sleeping on top of each other. The space is quite narrow. Right Honourable Speaker, let the Right Honourable Speaker, can I speak the information? Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
Honorable Gilbert, for giving way for this information. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year we paid a visit in one of the prison cells in Adjumani. And when we reached there, we got an informed views from some inmates. We have been talking about congestions and some other practices which are not right in the prison cells. We have discovered even some more powerful and more senior inmates. They use their position to molest young people that are also in the same cell, like homosexuality. And this is one of other issues which it is a bit silent. It is silent but very prominent in many of the inmates and many prison cells.
Thank you. Honorable Kanya, Honorable Singoma. No, you donated your time. So, yeah, you can't eat your pie and have it at the same time. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank Honourable Kivumbi and the committee for their good report. But Right Honourable Speaker, your office needs to apportion adequate time, because Right Honourable Speaker, when PAC does look at the report of Auditor General, it is a report of a budget for a financial year. How much time do we give when we are doing the budget? It takes about 5 months, the process. The Auditor General does audit, and then PAC brings a report. Then a report of 4 or 5 votes is discussed in a period of 6 hours, and we pass it. And yet we have a report of Auditor General showing that annually we'll use a third or 25% of the total budget we appropriate here. And therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, to really give justice, Parliament need to accord report of Auditor General adequate time the way we accord ourselves when we are doing budgeting. If we don't do that, we are doing lip service, and the people who are engaged in stealing money are going to continue stealing money. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue...
How much time is given to the committee? Because I want us to look at, when you're talking of the budget, the time we give to plenary and the time we give to the committee. Because it's the committee which does most of this thorough work, interacts with the parties involved, and the law gives us only 6 months to finish all these reports on Rebecca. So I thought the committee has sufficient time. If the committee has no sufficient time, then we can amend the law and we create much more time.
Right Honourable Speaker, you are right, the law gives us 6 months, but the House and that provision of the 6 months also we need to look at it. Because
I have not cut off anyone. You have seen when we were debating these reports, I haven't cut off any member, apart from those who donate their time, then they want fresh time. Okay? I haven't cut off anyone. Honorable, since we started this accountability committee report, you talk and you exhaust yourself. So which other time? Do you want me to also give you time to relax and go, you come back?
Right Honourable Speaker, maybe I'm not communicating properly. The point I'm trying to say that the report, the chairpersons, because of limited time, we tell them to summarize. They don't read the entire report. If you look at the recommendation of the various reports, they are supposed to make recommendations that are strengthened by the provision of the Public Finance Act, and recommendation that Minister of Finance can implement. But some of these recommendations requires a bit more work. For example, the recommendation does not state the name of the accounting officer. When the Secretary, the Treasury, appoints accounting officer, they are appointed in name. And the Constitution, there is a section here which says, as accounting officer, you are personally liable for any omission. We have faced a problem in the Treasury memorandum being presented here, that some accounting officers deny when they're implementing, deny liability because the names were not indicated. And therefore, Chairperson Park, I want to request you that in your recommendations, please indicate the names of these people.
No information.
No, Honorable, you don't first switch on and then you ask for information. He must first allow you.
Now, if I need to give you, but the speaker will say I've donated my time. How do you manage?
No, Chair, I will give you time at the end, okay? I usually give you time to clarify some of these issues.
So we really need to, in the recommendation, we need to name the accounting officers and any financial, and any officer who has committed crime. Secondly, yes, and it's very important because these reports are published. If you name, then the other point, right, Honorable Speaker, a colleague talked about year in, year out. We lament here, and the same accounting officers are appointed. The provision of the Public Finance Act states that during the budget process, the Minister of Finance will present names of the accounting officers to this Parliament. By laying the names, it is the duty of this Parliament to say, accounting officer A, B, C, D have been queried in the report of IGG, in the report of Auditor General, and therefore their names should not be reappointed. But year in, year out, the names are laid here, and Parliament keeps quiet. The Secretary, the Treasury goes ahead and reappoints. We come back here and lament. These are serious matters, and therefore, colleagues, we should do our work. The other one, domestic arrears. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, domestic arrear is usurping the power of Parliament. We don't even need to wait for Secretary Treasury and the budgeting process. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to recommend that either PAC or you constitute a committee to conduct audit of domestic arrear. It is another avenue of theft. Because we have commitment control, no accounting officer is allowed to spend money outside commitment control system. Why do we have domestic arrears and people in offices, buildings, houses all over, paying for their children studying abroad, and we're here lamenting? These are serious matters. Give us the names of accounting officers who have created domestic arrears and recommend their removal, and they should go to jail. Simple. And that's why, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm saying the report needs to be more tough and hard, so that the Attorney General, then we can question him, why do you have such accounting officers in place when they have violated the Public Finance Act? But this requires us to do a bit more work. Otherwise, we shall continue lamenting. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, handling of the recommendation. The chairperson stated something that we are supposed to discuss with the Auditor General. What's happening in forms of audit, output, verifiable quantities, and output being assessed? When the Auditor General, the staffs are auditing, because of capacity of Office of the Auditor General, they contract private auditors. And because they are contracted private auditors, there is compromise. And so the report that is presented to the staff of Auditor General to prepare to be presented to us here has serious gaps. And I will not go into those details because it is quite disturbing. Because if the report does not indicate details, the chairperson has made a recommendation to which I want to improve. He has rejected several reports of the Auditor General, and he has recommended that the Auditor General should conduct the audit. But this audit was done by private auditors who were paid, and therefore I would like to recommend that those institutions be re-audited at no additional cost, because government has already spent money. And then the issue of cooperatives.
But if you give them a scope, and you allowed them to sample, for example, 20 items, now you're telling them to go and do 80 items, then the scope has increased. You can't say you audited, we paid you, because they are now going to do additional on top of what they had already done. So would it be budget neutral? You're widening the scope.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you are right, but normally when people are given contract, it's based on the risk and the history. So you do risk assessment, but those are issues you said we shall have the discussion. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have the issues of cooperative. The chairperson has made a good recommendation. But can we direct the Minister of Trade to verify and conclude the issues of cooperatives? Because without verification, people are outside there waiting to be compensated. We cannot say because there were some errors committed and investigation is going on, and therefore compensation for cooperatives should end. There is corruption in the office of the Prime Minister, in the office of Minister of Finance, and everywhere. Are we going to say that now life ends there? Even State House, therefore, I would like to recommend that verification be concluded and cooperatives that have not been compensated be compensated. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chivumba, I saw there's something you wanted to clarify quickly. You think you can wait or you feel you should do it now?
No, I'd like to inform Honorable Ekanya Senior that our conclusions are clear. Where we have found an accounting officer diverted or mischarged, we've said in recommendation that the accounting officers should be personally held liable. Now, the point is going to is that we should name. That is Mr. Jonathan. I'm not saying by name. It's Mr. Jonathan. But this parliament, for every entity, the accounting officer for that agency is well known. So when we say...
but would it cause any harm? If you get the names? Okay?
Yeah, it's for emphasis. If that's the approach we want to take, is that everywhere where we are saying the accounting officer to be held responsible is Mr. Mwanga Chivumbi.
Yes.
We shall go ahead
so
and
going
do that.
forward, Kerry, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Cooper. No, I had allowed Honorable Singoma, then Honorable Cooper. Colleagues, I know the ones who are interested in speaking, and I have you here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I also want to join the rest of the colleagues in appreciating the committee for the good report presented. Right Honorable Speaker, I will comment on both reports, on two reports, not both, because there are three. Report Volume 1 and Volume 2. And Volume 1, under the Ministry of Works and Transport, allow me to to comment on the delayed construction of Kabalega International Airport in Hoima. Right Honorable Speaker, we observe from the report that this project started way back in 2017 and was supposed to conclude in May. Actually, on May, to be precise, on May 31st, 2021. But by the time of audit in November last year, I've been doing some tabulation here after looking at the figures presented by the committee. 83% of the work had been completed, with the remaining 17 was yet to be done. And yet, at the same time, the contractor is threatening to demobilize. I would thank the committee for the good recommendation that the Ministry of Finance endeavors to find money for the conclusion of this project. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think this should be a collective effort by all of us, because this project is not only strategically important to the oil grabbing area, but to the whole country. This is a matter which doesn't need even to be overestimated, overemphasized. And we know that time and again, we have made many recommendations regarding the release of money and giving money by Ministry of Finance, but we have not received much. So I would like to beg honorable members that let us take up this. We are now beginning the budgeting cycle. Let us all ensure collectively that we find money in the budget to complete this very important, strategically important project, the Kabalega International Airport. That's point number one on Volume 1, which was on page 45. The second point is in the Volume 2, under the Ministry of Law Government, is actually, I'm echoing the issue raised by my brother, Honorable Onzima, about the delayed disbursement of funds by the Minister of Finance. I observe in the report again that the Minister of Finance released the money, I think through the Minister of Local Government, to 17 local governments, a total of close to 1 trillion. Actually, it was about 826 million actually. And this money, some of it was being released towards the end of the financial year. May, June, and there was a release which was done on 30th June. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think this is even almost criminal to release the money on the 30th of June. When is this money disbursed? By midnight, 30th of June? Is it possible? Right, Honorable Speaker, if you have late disbursement of funds, it follows mutatis mutandis, that you will have late accountability. My grandson is laughing. No. No. Yeah, it's not only you with the legal knowledge, Honorable. So, right, Honorable Speaker, it follows mutatis mutandis, that you will have delayed accountability and delayed, and this has led at times, this is why funds have been returned to the Treasury, because funds have been released late. Shouldn't we be thinking, right, Honorable Speaker, shouldn't we be thinking of generating some recommendation whereby we are able to put the ST, Secretary of the Treasury, ST, to account for the late disbursement of funds, especially in cases where the action is to the extreme? That's the question I'm posing. I think maybe it would also help us to check him in a way, because I don't see any comment. Nothing is attributed to his own, shortcoming. We don't know. In most of cases, we are told that it is because of the cash flow budget we are running, but in some of the cases, it is not. So I think this is very unfortunate. We need to start thinking about that the sooner rather than later. Right, Honorable Speaker. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report, well written, together with its members. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an issue which Honorable Okuvumbi raised regarding the documents, especially when it came to the Minister of Trade and OPM, where, say, the auditors were saying the documents had been taken by CID. We used to do audit in URA, VAT audit, tax audit, but when you say the documents, you don't take the original. They must make photocopies, they certify them, and you leave them either with the original or the certified copies. So in this case, how do they give all the documents? To me, I think this is an excuse which are using that CID, IGG has taken the documents. The documents, duplicate documents should be there. So I think they need to go further to make sure that the documents are produced. Let them not hide behind the issues of CID, State House Anti-Corruption Unit, because they leave copies of the documents of all the other invoices, purchase orders. So that Auditor General should not just take it and leave it at that. When it comes to the issue which was raised here regarding the Jalo sector, Honorable colleague there was taking it very far that they were in Ajumani. Some of us have been there as tenants. You don't need to go very far. The congestion in these places is terrible. And what is saying this issue of molestation, issues of homosexuality, these things happen, especially to the new vulnerable people when they are taken in. So it should be something that must be addressed, because it's one way where all of this is also being promoted. It must be addressed. But it's not only the congestion of the inmates, but even the staffing. The staff housing of either the prison officers, army officers, police officers, especially at the lower ranks. Those who drive through Naguru, Ntinda, It's an embarrassment what you see on the road. Those Mabati shacks along the Naguru, Ntinda, Spear Motors Road. I think more emphasis should be really done to ensure that we provide modest accommodation to our officers in the police, in the army, in the prison service. Otherwise, it's very pathetic. You need to have lived in those barracks to really understand what life they go through. Our children, their children, are seeing things which children should not be seeing, done by their parents. It's embarrassing. The children, they grew up in that type of environment. What do you expect of that child? They even now do worse than what they are seeing or what they are hearing. So, Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, the government must put more resources for us to help this young generation. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Akanya talked about domestic areas. I think he was only looking at it from one angle of those accounting officers that spend beyond the budget. But most of the domestic areas that we have is the money that was been budgeted, but at the end of the financial year, because finance has not released, they don't pay. They keep accumulating. If you looked at UNRWA alone, the outstanding obligations have reached now 1.2 trillion. I'll give you an example of the ferry that's being built, the BKK, from Bukungu, Kasilo, and Kaberimaido. The outstanding balance is 2.9, and terrain services that was contracted to do the pier, to do the landing sites, has written
2.9 what?
2.9 billion. And they have written, come 30th of this month, if they are not paid, they are leaving the site. They cannot continue borrowing money and government is not paying. Now the ferries have been lowered. They are supposed to start operating next month. How are they going to be docking? This information should really go to the office of the Prime Minister. Can we have this money paid to terrain services and all the other contractors such that these operations can start? Otherwise, we are going to have a problem. If you look in terms of economics, if we have less money in circulation, then we are going to have a problem. This the total debt, the domestic areas, is about 11 trillion. It's about 11 trillion. You look at the report that you have just submitted, which we find in there. It's about 11 trillion. That's the money tied in the government. That should be money in circulation. No wonder people are crying that there is no money. Because government is holding 11 plus trillion shillings, which is meant to go to the contractors, go to the suppliers. Our contract here, our building here, look what is happening. It's a standstill because the contractors, subcontractors have not been paid because ROCO got the money and did not pay the subcontractors. We even gave them money, but still you can see what's happening. They are only completing the building of Minister of Finance because Finance said, no, we shall pay the suppliers, we shall pay the subcontractors, but we shall not give ROCO money. That's why you see it going there. But our building here, Right Honorable Speaker, tomorrow we are supposed to be seeing
that's the system we have also adopted.
That's
They are
what,
now
that's what we
paying
should do here. There's no way we can
subcontractors
take. It's embarrassing for Parliament, the institution that oversees, that monitors, that budgets, and we.
Thank you, Honorable Sasaga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was now gaining momentum to.
Just being considerate of other colleagues who are here or evening.
The final one. The final one is on this project under the Minister of Agriculture of goats. If you read page 79, there is a goat rollout project where they have all died within 2 weeks. They were brought from Tunisia. And each goat was being costed at 8 million. They were brought from 8 million from Tunisia, not even Kenya. I don't know what breed of goat is this from that desert country. So when you look at it here, I think a lot needs to be done in this area here. And I don't know why these projects in agriculture are failing, because there's also one under ACDP. There are projects where they were doing some roads, the valley dams. They are not getting completed 2 years down the road. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the accounting officer here really must be held accountable for all this mess that we have seen under the Ministry of Agriculture. How can we have a 79% failure rate of the goods that we purchased in 2 weeks? Thank you, Right Honorable. And now they want to take the coffee. Development Authority.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Honorable Court Peter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll confine myself on the two reports. One of them is from Parker Central. Yeah, I do agree with the committee on the recommendation, especially of government providing more capital for the development to do with the prisons. And the report mentions about Mutuf Prison. Mutuf Prison is in my constituency and the Dome sub-county. And much as there was construction, for example, of that prison, the old one had got depleted, it was condemned, and the new one was put up. But if you visited this prison, it's supposed to be holding 100 prisoners. Unfortunately, it has 340, as by yesterday, 340. One is supposed to hold 50, another one 50, one has over 200, one has over 150 for both males and female. So the recommendation of providing more funds could be so much good that the inmates inside there, if you visited them, they even sleep naked because they are too hot, and because they are too hot, they sleep back to back, others face to face, and others will remove their clothes. If you go there, the situation is so much alarming. Now, this one also coincides with the transportation problem, then also the courts. If you look at this prison, for example, it is in the rural area. The courts are the district headquarters. The inmates have to be transported from the prison, those who are on remand, and those who have to be remanded to the court, which is far. Now, two scenarios come up. There's when the magistrate comes late, they bring like 10 or 15 of them.
But Honorable, what do you want us to do about that? A prison has already been built, okay?
No.
Let's look at the accountability issues.
No, I'm now looking at the recommendation of Chair or Mr. Speaker of at least adding more funding, that the prison is expanded. Then the second one about the transportation, which the committee is recommending. If you look at transportation, they have only one old truck, where sometimes there's the fuel, sometimes the road is very slippery. I think if they added more funding and they also include the transportation part of it to buy the truck or more trucks, that could be more better. The second one is to now with the goats in Karamoja. I was on a committee of presidential with my chair here. And I'm very happy that the report, recommendations, come together with what the committee of presidential had recommended about. In Karamoja, it was total thuggery. Total thuggery in the disguise of providing the goats. Because when you went on the ground and traversed over Karamoja, really all goats which were brought, even they were supposed to be taken to the holding grounds to be treated, to be examined, at least for some 3 weeks before they could be given to the beneficiaries. They could bring the goats at night, and the people are forced that same night to pick the goats away from the trucks, whereby some of them were already dead, and some of them were about to die. If you could visit the area that given the goats is within only 1 week, you could move and almost see no goat. Even the same goats, even were not of the same value, which they were talking up in papers. Some of them could be picked, for example, from an area A. They go and distribute them in area A. They come back the following day. They start buying the same goats at around 20,000 from the beneficiaries, where they could go and take the warrage. Others could take warrage in exchange of taking away the goats. They get the same goats, go and distribute them in another area of Karamoja. And that's what they were doing. If you could even look at the trucks, which could even bring the goats. They say from Riatonde, from where. Even when you could even look at the permits, travel permits, Mr. Speaker, you could travel permits which brought the goats and the number of goats supplied. You could see the permits were less that brought few goats, but the goats supplied are more.
Honorable Court, Peter. Honorable Court.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Chivumbi's team and Namuga's team for the report presented. So I'll make quick submission on item 8 and item 6. Right Honorable Speaker, our colleagues from Karamoja would be the happiest, because when we presented the report of the Presidential Affairs, it was not debated on the account that matters were in court. So they should be the happiest team today with Chivumbi's report. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chivumbi's report, they recommended that accounting officers must be held liable for their action, but I think they should have gone further also to say that OPM should be decongested, because we have a number of ministries who should be actually standalone. We have a fully fledged Ministry of Karamoja, but under OPM, we have a fully fledged Ministry of Disaster, which is under OPM, but they're fully fledged ministers. So with a lot of power centers, coordinations become a problem, and supervision also become a problem, because there are challenges. With the issues of Karamoja, when we are investigating the goats issue, the iron sheets, the food issues, it all point to one power center. You can be a minister, but you are under tight. Sometimes you have to follow directive as given. So I think the office of the Prime Minister needs to be decongested, and they recommend that these ministries becomes a standalone ministries. Otherwise, some of these projects becomes milking cows for some of these officers. Under jails, Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at our prisons, most of the inmates, most of the people, the prisoners, majority are those under remand. That tells us that a lot needs to be done in how fast their cases can be heard. And that goes on the investigations. So when we are looking at manpower, we also need to look at manpower within the police investigation department. We also need to look at the magistrates, how spread they are, so that the cases are fastened and they are heard, so that those who are found not to be guilty are released, and we decongest the prison. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Opio Samuel, Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report, and I want to discuss more about the committee's report on the ministries. The committee recommended that the Office of the Prime Minister should focus on its core mandate. And we've seen from the observations, the Office of the Prime Minister in agriculture, procuring goods. The Office of the Prime Minister in works, constructing roads. And this is something we're seeing even in other ministries. Recently, I just saw Ministry of Lands in agriculture, constructing abattoirs. Ministry of Agriculture in works, building roads. Right Honorable Speaker, this must stop. They're operating like catering facilities that want to produce buffet of all kinds. And I think as we now move into this next budgeting cycle, the Attorney General, subject to his advice, should actually instruct each of the MDAs to plan, budget, and implement only activities that are in line with their core mandate. If it is roads, whether it's a project, that money should be under works. Otherwise, what is happening, we're ending up with white elephants, because at the end of the project, there's no continuity since it was not their core mandate. So I propose that as an additional recommendation. Secondly, on the outputs, we've been told about ministries whose output and activity is just at 25%. To me, that is not underperformance. That is incompetence. But it also raises the issues on service delivery standards. And I'll want the Minister of Public Service to clarify, because each ministry should have service delivery standards, and they must have targets, and there must be rewards and sanctions where they do not meet those targets. So we need to ensure that this is emphasized. We've seen the concerns response time from the ministry or from the Office of the Prime Minister, 1 year, and that is a disaster From 1 year, a disaster is still not being addressed itself. So I really want to propose that the service delivery standards need to be fully operationalized and implemented. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable colleagues, when a colleague is submitting, all of us should be seated. There is a colleague who was standing all through. Dr. Chut was submitting. No, that's, yes. Honorable, the issue raised by Honorable Chut, Mr. Attorney General, is a very serious issue, which has also frustrated us in doing our works. Because now the budget is presented in programs, but our committees are set up in sectors. So when we tried to amend our rules so that we align our committees with the programs, we found no, we have to first amend the PFMA. Okay? Because the PFMA talks of sectors. So we couldn't, and our rules are aligned with the PFM, and Minister of Finance promised that they were going to work on it so that we have program-based budgeting. And we had, by the way, an incident which I had to intervene because we were stuck. The money, I think the budget was with the Committee on Presidential Affairs, but the activities were with the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on KCCA roads. So both committees got stuck. Physical infrastructure said, I cannot process a budget, okay, when I don't see money here. The vote is not here. Then Presidential Affairs was like, no, we cannot process the budget when we don't see the activities here. And I had to come in, intervene with the two chairpersons, and we managed to get a way out. But we could avoid that by sorting out the issue raised by Honorable Chut, that we realign the whole budgeting system with the law. We all move in consonance. Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the committee chair and the entire committee of Park Central for the wonderful report. I'm going to concentrate on two votes. That is vote 10, which is the Minister of Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, you know very well, agriculture employs like 80% of our people. But you find that they were only given, they were allocated 191 billion, which was still not given. At the end of the day, they released 177.87. So I think it's high time we looked at this sector or this ministry seriously, because it's what is employing most of the people. This is a very small percentage of the budget. Now next, I would like to talk about the corruption. And I would like to concur with the committee, because there are some people who took money. They should really be brought to book. And supply, there is something which was very fascinating. Supply without request. You supply somebody who has not requested anything from you. When they were treating the foot-mouth disease, 80 foot and mouth, they supplied 1.93 million doses to 82 districts which had not requested. So at the end of the day, most of them had to expire. And that made the entire, the taxpayer lose a lot of money. So the accounting officers should really be brought to book. I concur with the Honorable Kanya that the name should be mentioned so that they can never be vetted or approved anywhere else. And the next, of course, the GOAT rollout project. My senior colleague here talked about it, where GOAT was 7.5 million. one goat from abroad, and they all died, actually, majority. And then lastly, the domestic arrears. Domestic arrears is very dangerous because people borrow money to supply government, and at the end of the day, you find that they are neglected, and then we complain of people being jobless because they borrow from banks. The banks take their property because they supplied government. Then the next one, I'm going to talk about Vote 017. That is Minister of Energy. Right, Honorable Speaker, I can see here from 1st July 2022 to 3rd March, 7,883.1 kilos of gold were exported, and they are supposed to levy $200 per kilo, which would result to something like 5.8 billion, but the collectors managed to collect only 482, where only 482 million, not billion. So which meant 7%. This means it is a discriminating kind of regime, tax regime, whereby some people are charged and others are not. Right, Honorable Speaker, I went ahead to research about the price of gold today. A kilo of gold today is $85,650. The levy we are charging is only 0.234. I don't know which product pays such a low tax in Uganda. So look at 85,650 is the price of, you can Google the price of gold today, 1 kilo is that much on the world market. You can Google. So that clearly shows that even the little we put, which is just $200 per kilo, because $200 is 0.34%. I don't know which product pays such a low tax. So, and we are here complaining, we are lacking funding. This is money which would have been used to help the health sector, which would have been, and these are, we have over 51 minerals in Uganda. In Busoga there is earth rare element. There are so many.
Honorable, when we come tax bills, maybe you can. Otherwise, if Parliament is resolved so.
Yes. But what I'm saying, right, Honorable Speaker, is this discriminatory kind of tax regime where people are suffering here with IFLIS in Kampala. The tax system is really regressive in nature to them, but now some people are avoiding, are not actually paying taxes, and this is very dangerous. And moreover, this is just a levy. It's not.
Thank you. Honorable Bigaros. Then Honorable Atima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I will, in the same vein, thank the presenters. I want to start with Park Central. Park Central raised a very pertinent issue about the war claimants from West Nile. I remember by chance I got the committee in Arua. It was actually war. It was war itself, because most of these war claimants have passed on, and those who had passed on, their children came to represent them. They were so emotional. They have sent this document everywhere, including State House. They have done everything. They have never been compensated. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg Finance gives us a clear picture
as to why these war claimants from West Nile have never been compensated. And also the issue of the tobacco farmers of West Nile was brought before the Park Central that day. If Hoima region was compensated, why West Nile everywhere is not compensated, from war claimants to tobacco
tobacco we provided for money in the budget.
It has been moved, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
This money was put under NADS. Now it has moved to trade. It will move where it will disappear.
It won't disappear.
Thank you.
Have some hope.
Thank you. Really, those who will not pay us this money, honestly, do not want current members of parliament to come back. Because what was spoken the day the Park Central went to West Nile, I was in. They called us redundant MPs. They said they have tried, they have given us all the books. And I want to thank you for stressing that this particular issue, you members of West Nile Parliamentary Caucus, take note. That's what she said yesterday. I really beg these people are taken care of and paid. The issue of police cells, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it is true police cells are heavily congested. And some of the OCs are now trying to decongest these police cells by trying to be creative, by saying who is at my neighborhood. I want to be on record. The OC of Kisubi was trying to align us and say, what can we do? Women are almost put together with men. Yes, they don't have accommodation. So he was trying to organize a room, at least for women, to be self-contained. And we are now trying to contribute, which is not our mandate. Let's try to see how we can see that we have a decent accommodation for police cells, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we still have the, I'm just concluding, we still have the bucket system in police cells. Very embarrassing. I would pray, after talking about the police salary, here on the floor Parliament, we have said this severally, the top police officers have been given better money, the lower cadre, their money has disappeared. Others have not got any increment. Who is doing this increment? Where and why? People are still sleeping in dilapidated houses, condemned houses by police, and prisons. All the armed forces must be treated equally, the UPDF alike. Right on.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I start by thanking the Committee of Park Central, the Chair and the committee members for a very elaborate report for this House to debate on. Two, I take this opportunity to applaud State House from the report for performing very well in output performance. I thank State House for that. Honorable members, credit should go where it is due. We are seated here peacefully debating issues because of that.
Whom are you responding to? Continue, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I want to pick the point of supply of goats, iron seats, and other items to Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report of Park Central, this issue has come clearly today. And I want to thank Auditor General for bringing it out so that Park Central picks it up and it is brought to this House for a debate. Right Honorable Speaker, OPM officials, especially the technical staff, should be taken seriously. Recently, Right Honorable Speaker, we applied for supplies of various items to our regions. I applied for iron seats for my market vendors in Arua Central Division last year. And I was given a letter that I was allocated 200 iron seats for the vendors. Then after that, I received another letter that I'm going to receive 190 iron seats. So I'm wondering where the 10 is going. So these are the things that Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that office, that department is capable of doing. So we need to put these departments liable to some of these things. Right, Honorable Speaker, this House has the roles of appropriating and budgeting for this country. And after budgeting, we have the role of oversight. But you find that when Auditor General brings out issues like this, committees are allocated to go through the Auditor General's report. The report ends there. Resolutions are passed by the House the way we are going to pass now, but you wonder where these resolutions end up. People are not brought to book. Yet, Right Honorable Speaker, under Rule 208, committees have special powers, but they are not executing these special powers that they are supposed to, execute. So I really want to say that this House should today consider passing these resolutions and follow-up be done so that these people who are culpable should be, prosecuted and the things recovered, especially Karamoja is weeping. Karamoja is bleeding. Where are the goats? Right Honorable Speaker, these are the points I wanted to present. Thank you so much.
You. I had forgotten Dr. Pio. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Those who haven't spoken to Dandwe on the list are the ones
Thank you. I would like to thank the committee for their work, and I would like to associate with it, with both reports, but comment on the JLOS one. Right Honorable Speaker, on a lighter note, I struggled really hard reading some of the pages yesterday, as you had advised that we do, because some of the pages were mismatched. And I suppose the concerned persons could pull down the uploaded version from page 21 of the JLOS report to page 24. I had to keep on going back and forth. It's quite inconveniencing. So you could pull it down and re-upload after reorganizing. But there are two critical issues that I would like to address myself to, Right Honorable Speaker. The first is the recommendation on the activities that the Uganda Police Force has been implementing or implemented outside of the approved work plan. There were about 9 of them, worth 11.78 billion shillings. And the report rightly puts it that there was no evidence of approval of any amended work plan in place, and then shocks me further by saying that the PSST had usurped, by doing this, had usurped the powers of Parliament and the minister. But I'm not convinced that the recommendations that the committee gave are adequate. This is what is on the report: the usurpation of the powers of the Minister of Finance and the PSST. The recommendation that the committee gave that is directly related to this issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Minister attends to this with the PSST, calls him to order. But I would like to find out from the House here and throw it back for debate that isn't there anything else that Parliament could do in addition to that recommendation to get us back, to help us claim back our space if this recommendation still stands, if this finding still stands, that the powers of Parliament has been usurped in this case when it comes to approval of work plans after, without amendment of the work plan. Then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy that the report has indicated or found out that the issue of infants in prisons is beginning to be taken care of seriously. Infants that accompany their offender parents, the mothers, in prison. It's also part of the congestion, I think. But it's only been addressed in 5 prisons so far out of the 24. So that means that 19, as the report rightly puts it, are still pending, including in Lango, where we have a number of prisons in the different districts. But something similar to what I mentioned earlier on the first recommendation, is that I'm not convinced that the recommendation is adequate, because whereas in other sections of the report goes, the committee directly puts the responsibility of funding, of looking or apportioning funding on government. In this case, the committee takes it easy, takes it simply, and just says that the accounting officer should continue lobbying. Lobbying from who? Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. Government.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we have really taken note of the many comments. I would like to thank the committee for the report. There are many issues that have carried severally on the issues of the salaries. I think the minister has taken note of that. We are going to come back and report, because that issue was addressed. The issue Honourable Bigger raised, that was addressed. The salaries were, it was a release issue. The money was released, and that was addressed. On the issue of the courts, honourable colleagues, you know that we are now working on a structure where we should have a High Court circuit, a Chief Magistrate at every district, and a G1 at every constituency. So that process is ongoing, and we shall also report back. So what we are hoping to have is that when you have the High Court circuit, we can bring the justice nearer to the people, and it would reduce on the travel time between courts, and also for justice to be actually felt by the people who are actually in the area where these issues actually arise. It becomes even cheaper for the courts to go on locus and etc. So we have now increased the circuits. We now have 24. We plan to have 38 by the end of this year, and we are continuing to recruit more judicial officers, and we'll deal with that. I agree with an honourable member that yes, we need to look into the issue of domestic arrears and what causes these domestic arrears, because really, when we are doing a procurement, one of the rules is that you must have the money. So if you have the money, then where is the problem? And if, no, you're not supposed to have the money budgeted. You are supposed to have the money before you contract. So you can start a procurement on the process on the budget, but you contract when you have the resources. And if it is a multi-year transaction, you need to get the approval of Parliament for those multi-year transaction, in which case you would have. So we'll look into it. There are many things that we'll need to address, but we shall definitely look into it, and it's a matter that gives us great concern. The issue of certificates on no objection, honourable member, we are going to report again on this, but I can assure you that we have made great strides in the Ministry of Justice on this issue. In fact, now, the only thing that you need to do is to have the meeting in the area where you are, and then everything else is done electronically. But we'll come back and report on that. It has been a problem always, but it is also important to note that when issuing the letters of administration and the certificates of no objection, it's extremely important for you to confirm. No. After. Then on the congestion of prisons, it is correct, and we are going to deal with it. And cattle compensation, yes, we shall give a report. And this, I am not giving a full report. We are going to come back with a Treasury memorandum on these issues.
When?
There is need to name the accounting officers, but like the member said, we already present these names and Parliament has them, and I'm happy that the member, it also helps us on the executive side to know who it is, because everyone else in government would know. We shall clarify on the issue of cooperatives. We need to get more detail. I just wanted to give Honorable Isingoma information. Kabalega International Airport is at 95%. Of course, this report is an old report, but right now it is at 95%, and the resources for Kabalega International Airport have been made available. Yes. Mandate distribution, Right Honorable yeah, cooperatives, I said we'll get more details on cooperatives and the mandate distribution, Right Honorable Speaker, that is a matter that has been raised severally, and I am going to be sure to take it up with the leader of government business and ensure that that is done. And I've also taken note of the requirement to realign the PFMA with our budgeting structure, and I'll follow that up with the Ministry of Finance.
You think we can achieve that before we start processing the budget?
Because
it's
have
a
to,
short amendment.
Yes, we will. Your Right Honorable Speaker, we're going to take that up as a matter of urgency.
Thank you.
On the issue of gold, I'll take the minister to come and give you more information on that, on why the tax. But tax naturally is discriminatory. Tax is not the same. Rental tax is different. Corporation tax is different. Even in payee, the ranks are different. So tax, by its nature, is discriminatory because you tend to take more from those who have and less. But gold has its own challenges because if you put a high tax because of its nature, it encourages smuggling. So it's a balance that you need to make, but the minister will come back. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to just clarify on the record, EFRIS is not a tax. Yes, so EFRIS is not a tax. But Right Honorable Speaker, we shall be sure to come back with a Treasury memorandum on all these issues. We need to go back and internalize these reports and then come back and report. Thank you, Right Honorable. I thank you, committee and your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on the Justice, Law and Order sector for the year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted. Those in favor say aye. The contrary nay. The ayes have it. As communicated earlier, Attorney General, we expect a Treasury memoranda as required under the law. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on Government Ministries for the year ended 30th June 2023, Volume 1, be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. We shall be expecting a Treasury memoranda as required under the law. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on Government Ministries for the financial 2022-2023, Volume 2, be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it, and I expect Treasury memoranda as provided for under the law. Now, honorable colleagues, tomorrow we shall start with these two returned bills. They are small bills but very critical. I hope we shall have the quorum required. Today I checked, we couldn't get it, so I urge whips on both sides so that we can handle the item 4 and item 5, and we get them out of the way because they are very, very small. Let's be here in time so that we can be able to handle them. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m. And I want to thank you, honorable colleagues, for withstanding all this time.